The following is a product of Studio 42.
Bounds up the middle. He's got a big seam. He's got a first down and more. Look out. 20, 15, 10. Kiss him goodbye. 56 yards for Knox Bounds on 3rd and 10.
From Studio 42, this is Howe Bulldogs football.
Deep down the field to the right side, looking for Strong. Goes up, comes down with it at the 48. He's off to the races.
Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, South State Bank, GCEC, Sonic of Howe.
Intercepted. Eli Stoner down the sideline.
Also brought to you by Brother Plumber, Rock Hill Investments, MTE Fence, Centurion American, Ed Meacham State Farm, Rapid Electric.
No, Bender's going to pull it out of his gut. He's got a lot of room, and he's got a touchdown. Stick that one in the end zone. It's touchdown time in Texas.
Put his foot in the ground, went to the right side, and there was nobody in the stadium going to catch him.
Also brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, TechWave, First Baptist Church of Howe, Kingdom Inflatables, Anchors Boat, and RV Storage, The Love Cottage.
Knox leaps and bounds into the end zone for a 20-yarder.
It's really the line. When you have 4 cut blocks that leave 4 linemen on the ground, that's easy work. That's a 75-yarder all day long.
Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, Michelle Carney Photography, Texoma Land and Home Team, the Crazy AC Guy.
And with that, Justin White, it is football time in Texas 2025 style.
Now let's open the Rapid Electric tailgate party and join the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
One last time for the seniors to don the black and white. It's not the storybook ending that they dreamed of, but there is a chance to walk off the field for the final time as victors. The Howe Bulldogs will finish the 2025 season at Blue Ridge tonight to round out first-year head coach Jake Smith's inaugural season. Smith has laid the foundation for something that could be very special in 2026. But unfortunately for Dog fans, that will have to wait 9 months. But for now, it's one final time for the glory of Old Howe High.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight.
We're out of seniors, so we're getting creative here this week. We're going to talk with offensive line coach Jonathan Cromwell. Coach, the offensive line seems to be like a cult. I mean, they stick together. It's like a cult mentality. You agree with that?
Yeah, I do, Monty. Monty, did you play offensive line?
No, I did not. I was a tight end my senior year, but slot receiver all before.
Okay, well, typically we adopt tight end players, so we'll let you into the group. But if you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. And at all the years I've been around coaches and going to coaching clinics, I jokingly say this, but I kind of mean it. A lot of the smartest guys that I see talking at these clinics are offensive line guys, and so we do stick together. And I tell the offensive linemen that 30 years from now, when you're not a football player and you're a dad and you're walking through a grocery store, you'll see somebody and you'll be able to immediately tell if they were an offensive lineman or not.
Now, you went to Ennis and played for the Lions. What was playing for Sam Harrell like?
It was, when my family, we moved from Arlington, South Arlington, to Ennis right before my freshman year, and we thought we knew football. I never had anybody in my family that went to college, and we didn't necessarily come from a high school football family by any means, but we thought we knew football until we moved to Ennis, and then, as a player, we won 2 state championships. We played on 2 state championship teams, should have been a third, but playing for Coach Harrell and his crew and all the other coaches that coached me taught me how to do what we do now, which is love kids and coach hard. But he was a godly man. He loved winning. He was smart, and just if I hope my kids get that same experience with their coaches.
Now, I've seen you on the field, and you do not like to lose. I bet you play a mean game of Monopoly.
I do have a Monopoly trophy, actually. If you're a Howe parent or fan and you've seen me agitated on the sideline of one of the sub-varsity games or any of the games, it's usually related to I'm going to be there with our kids, and other teams are going to do it right, and they're going to treat our kids like they should be treated. I don't care what the score is. And so I did get flustered at a coach earlier this season, and I yelled across the field that I could beat him in Monopoly, and it's the truth. But I wanted our players on the sideline, and we were getting beat down. I wanted our players on the sideline to know that we're going to compete no matter what.
Now, you were out of coaching for a little bit, but Coach Smith got hired here, and you approached him. How did that story go down?
That's a longer story than what I'm going to put in this. I'll do my best. God has put me in Howe, Texas. My family, I'm from Ennis, always lived in the country. Before we had kids, we moved to Allen, Texas, and then we, for the most part, lived in McKinney for most of our years as parents as we were having kids. So my kids only know growing up in McKinney, Texas. But in December of this last year, we had to get out. I love a lot of people in McKinney, but we had to get out. And so we moved out to Red Road here in Howe, and that happened in December. And then it wasn't long after that when Jake got hired. And I knew everything that had gone and, happened in Howe, and I'd been out of coaching, but I'd keep my eyes on what was going on. I didn't really know what Howe was going to do. And really, I really wasn't looking to get back into education. And when I saw Jake, who's worked for Sam Harrell for the last 7 years, when I saw that he got the job and I have to drive past Bulldogs Stadium every day to get back to McKinney, where we were going to drive our kids to school, all that was going to happen. But I came up here to congratulate Jake in the summer and just say hi and congratulate him. And then that's when I found out Andy Sellers was the principal, who was my defensive line coach 20 years ago, and one thing led to another, and they said, hey, you want a job? And I said, heck yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so I'm excited. I've always loved coaching, and honestly, this is another story, but I really wasn't ready to get out when I got out, and it's what I want to do, so I love it.
We're visiting with offensive line coach Jonathan Cromwell. When we come back, we're going to talk about the book he's writing.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
We're visiting with Jonathan Cromwell on the Senior Spotlight. Yes, we're out of seniors. But let's talk about your book. It's called Armageddon Coach. What made you think about writing a book?
Yeah, you know, when I got out of education in 2017, and part of that journey was, you know, my wife, we're entrepreneurs, and me and my wife, we move and shake and do all kinds of things in the business world. But one of the things that I've done when I got out, and still is I started developing a software, you know, and it's called Wardboard. We use it here at Howe with our players, and it's a platform for us coaches to evaluate our players that then communicates to players on their devices and so forth. And so I've spent a lot of time and energy and money in developing this software, and as coaching is something I'm really passionate about, and it just seems like I've been so knee-deep in coaching. Even though I was not coaching, I've been around it so much, and there's so much value in what I feel like my software is providing that at some point I felt like I just needed to write a book. I felt like there was, the more I see at like coaching clinics, and the more I see younger generations of coaches that maybe didn't get to experience what I experienced with Coach Harrell and all those guys that coached us back in the day, the more I see a need to put it in words. You know, what is a coach supposed to be? What are they supposed to do? How are they supposed to act? What is it supposed to look like? What should the community allow? And so being a coach and being an Armageddon coach is something that's really special to me.
Well, give us the premise of the book.
There's only two kinds of coaches in this world. There's coaches that care about kids, and then, you know, I've actually said this a couple of ways. There's coaches that care about kids, and there's coaches that don't care about kids. And I have no patience for the coaches that don't care about kids. And the other way I've heard it is there's coaches that care about kids, and there's coaches that care about themselves. And so for me, there's good guys and bad guys. And I have no patience for the bad guys. And bad guys are the guys that don't develop players, don't treat players right, don't love players, don't give players what they really need, which is not X's and O's. And so Armageddon Coach, you know, the subtitle of the book is Texas. I think Texas will be the site of the last pure high school football program. And I say that because I think Texas has the right men and the right values to protect what we all love so much about high school football. And so I go through 13 chapters of all the different things that, you know, what it means to be a coach.
Of all those 13 chapters, which one was your favorite writing?
You know, it was like 8 chapters when I started, and then it was like, here's chapter 9, and then I had to divide this chapter because I'd see something or hear something or think of something, and I have to add to a chapter or divide a chapter into 2 different sections. But I'm pretty passionate about it all. If you would have asked me when I was in high school if I thought I would ever write a book, I would say there's no chance. And so this book's pretty driven by passion. A couple of my favorites are the battle against fatherlessness, you know, something that I've experienced, something that unfortunately the majority of our players and kids that walk our hallways experience. You know, they don't know what it's like to have a dad. The erosion of grit. You know, is our world getting softer these days? Are kids softer? Are parents softer? You know, it takes what it takes to win. And so in that chapter, I talk about some of the things that I've experienced and what it takes to go win. And it just is what it is. And the community has to trust their coaching staff in order for that to really happen the right way. And then I would say probably the one I'm most excited to share and for people to read is it's titled, I forget what chapter it is, but it's the Lost Boys of Daddy Ball. It's where I talk about all the daddy ball out there and what parents, some of us knowingly and most of us unknowingly, what we're doing to kids at a very young age and how we're stealing joy from players. You know, I think it was Alex Rodriguez, Hall of Fame baseball player. He's the one that said that most baseball players, and coaching is coaching. So coaching at the high school level, coaching your son's soccer team or baseball team, all that's the same to me. If you're around influencing kids, if they call you coach something, this is a book for you. But Alex Rodriguez says that most kids lose their love for baseball and on the car ride home. It's because parents, we're screwing it up for kids.
Where can people find your book?
It's going to come out. It's going to come out on December 12th. It's going to be on Amazon. You can buy a hard copy, paperback. You can download in Kindle, like an ebook type deal if you read it digitally. But December 12th, you can get it off of Amazon, and I'm sure sooner or later here before December 12th, I'll have some hard copies too to be dishing out here in Howe, Texas, hopefully somewhere.
Tonight's Senior Spotlight has been brought to you by MTE Fence. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs. No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the Rock Hill Investments Coach's Corner with Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith.
Coach, seems like forever since we've played a football game. Your team brought Callisburg everything they had. Does that have the earmark of a game that you can point back to one day and say, hey, that's where it began?
Absolutely. That's actually what I told the kids in the locker room. It was very emotional and physical football game. A lot of kids were crying, and it's one of those things where we treated it like the playoffs because we knew we had to win. We had to win the last 2 games of the year to make it into the playoffs because there'd be like a 3-way tie, and we'd have the head-to-head and then also come down to some points. And so we changed the way how we practiced it. So we went to our playoff format of how we practice and then how we approach things, and the kids did a really good job of responding to the change. And obviously it was one of those games that we came out after halftime. We talked about winning the middle 8, so we scored. We had the last possession. Essentially, in the second quarter, we went down, drove the length of the field, kicked a field goal, go down 7-3, and then we went in, made some halftime adjustments. Offense came out and put together a really good script, and we drove the length of the field and took the lead. And so it was pretty promising to see the kids come back and fight like that and treat the middle 8 of the football game the way how you're supposed to, but just the way how the kids approach the week, Monday through Wednesday, because we had to change the game to Thursday because of the bad weather that we ended up having on Friday. So we're kind of glad we did that, but showed a lot of maturity with the kids, being able to be flexible and also change the script on the fly. But it was really emotional. A lot of the seniors were crying. A lot of the kids that fought really hard. I think every single kid in the program played significant reps that night, and so everybody in the program gave everything they had as if it was a playoff game, and I think that's why it was so emotional. And it kind of leaves some big question marks of how we're going to approach the Blue Ridge game, because you don't want to be too hungover from the emotions. But the good thing is we've had a bye week to kind of get over that. And I told every single one of the kids that's a foundational game right there. Like, we're 5, 10, 15 years from now, we'll be able to sit here and talk about the group of seniors and the varsity football team in 2025, the way how we approach the Calsburg game. That's despite the loss, that's the football game and the football team that laid the foundation for the future.
Coach, how much film do you watch during the week or over a course of a season?
Well, I could probably go into my Huddle account and see. I could go and that tracks that data for you, where you can kind of I typically use it to not necessarily micromanage people, but whenever I go in, I can click on the roster and I can see how much film the kids are watching and the coaches are watching. But I would say it's probably anywhere between like 13 and 15 hours. Anytime I've got free time in the middle of the day in between meetings and having to deal with athletic director duties, I've always got the film, the reel going. And on the weekends are really the big day. Saturday, that's a good 5 to 6 hour day, and then Sundays are about a 12-hour day for me. As soon as I get done with when I get back from Mass, I always come up to the office about 10:30, 10:45 in the morning and probably put in like a good 10 to 12-hour day and just finalizing things. So I'd probably say like between 13 and 15 hours. And sometimes that, you can probably watch too much and start talking yourself out of stuff. But, the kids deserve my best. And if I hold them to a standard, I got to hold myself to the standard and give great effort for these kids to win, because at the end of the day, it's all about the kids. And if we don't have kids, I don't have a job here. So I try to put in as much as I can.
Garrett Rogers seemed to suffer a big injury 2 weeks ago. What's his status?
Yeah, he's out for the rest of the year, and it's unfortunate because he's a really good baseball player for us too. And the knee injury that he sustained is really significant. It was a full blow. Like, he tore every ligament, and he also has meniscus tear that's pretty significant. So he's going to have surgery next week. He's set to have surgery, so it's a pretty major injury, and it's unfortunate for Coach Nitson and the baseball team that one of their best players, a really good catcher for us too, and Garrett Rogers, he's not going to be able to tape it up and brace it up, as where, typically if it's just an ACL or MCL with a little bit of meniscus, you can kind of go in and clean it up and put a brace on. And because if you already tore your ACL, you can't tear it twice. So, but the way how he's walking around without any ligaments and a significant tear in that meniscus, he's not going to be able to. And I was pretty bummed about it. So anytime he's around, he's already started physical therapy just to prepare for surgery. But anytime he's around, we make sure that we love on him, let him know how much we care about him. We appreciate everything he did, because he really is a senior that laid the foundation for this program. And your heart goes out for a kid like that, because he's not going to be able to play his senior baseball season with his twin brother.
If you could go back to August 1st, is there anything you would change knowing what you know now about your players?
Oh, man, that's kind of a deep question. Obviously, I'll probably go back after this Blue Ridge game and do some more self-evaluation. I actually sent out a text message to the coaches on Saturday. I worked for a great thinker, and so it kind of trained me to be a great thinker. You always want to be 2 steps ahead of the opponents. And so, I was doing some self-reflection and kind of developing what our off-season program is going to be like. And every coach in the school district, I left them with one quote: "Don't ever let the grass grow underneath your feet," meaning that, we always have to be constantly thinking about what we need to do to improve on. And, it's okay to make a wholesale change for the benefit of the school district and your athletic program. So I don't know if I can really fully answer that question, because I think one thing that I've done a really good job of is being consistent, not changing who I am. So I don't know if I would necessarily change anything, what I did, like maybe how I might approach some certain situations. But for now, we had to hit the ground running, 2 feet, going straight ahead. We can't go back. And so, I don't know, like maybe just kind of like the way how we practice on certain days. I probably wish that I would have practiced a little bit more live tackling early on in the year, as opposed to what we started doing kind of like after week 4, where we started tackling live and utilizing all 90 minutes that the UIL allows us to. That would probably be the biggest thing. But, our players have done a really good job. I probably wish that I would have done a better job more with the parents rather than the kids, of understanding the importance of the time commitment that it requires for their son. And, because I know, like, I've gotten off schedule quite a bit and just felt like there's some more stuff that we needed to do. But, being a little bit more efficient with our time at the end of practice and watching film with the kids, because we watch film with the kids every single day. And sometimes, we got parents that are sitting outside for another 45 minutes waiting to pick their kids up. But the good thing about this community is I haven't had one single parent complain about sitting outside for 45 minutes waiting on their kids, because they're there, they're present in their kids' life, and they want them to be successful. So I'm really appreciative of that.
You're listening to the Rock Hill Investments Coach's Corner with Howe head coach Jake Smith. We'll be right back. Tonight's Bulldogs football is brought to you by Noble Ridge, right here in Howe, just off Highway 75 at Summit Hill Parkway and walking distance to Summit Hill Elementary. Noble Ridge is our hometown's newest master plan community, featuring new homes from the nation's top builders, plus trails, parks, and family-friendly amenities. Developed by Rock Hill Capital Investments, a trusted North Texas developer with thriving communities in Salina, Sherman, and across the region. Noble Ridge is proud to call Howe home. Learn more at nobleridgetx.com. That's nobleridgetx.com. You're listening to the Rock Hill Investments Coach's Corner with Howe head coach Jake Smith.
Coach, what are the thoughts on whether Howe can stay in Division II over the next 2 years? I know that's a big, important issue.
Well, we lost 19 and a half kids over the last 2 years, so that's going to help us out, because we were going to be one of the largest Division II schools. And if the line would have dropped or stayed the same, there was potential for us to be the smallest Division I school. So with us losing 19 and a half, we turned in 346 last Friday. And I was talking to Carl Padilla, the guy that does the Padilla poll, and he does a bunch of stuff for Texas high school football. He was texting me the other night and asking how many we turned in. I told him 346, and I asked him if that's good news for the Bulldogs, and he said it should be a definite stay in Division II, because he's projecting the line dropping from 368 to 355, 354. So we should be almost 10 under and being one of the largest Division II schools, which I think will help us out. Now, whether that sends us west or east, I don't know, but he can't really project that. But he said that, Gunner turned in 386, which was the largest in our district. And I know that Blue Ridge turned in pretty good numbers too. So I don't know if it's going to send us back east or if we're going to stay in and pick up someone new. But turning in 346 is definitely going to benefit keeping us down in Division II for 2 more years.
We'll talk about Blue Ridge in a moment. What does the future look like for the Howe Bulldogs football program in the upcoming season and beyond?
I think once we get some more coaches in and change some things that we need to change up, especially offensively and defensively, I think the biggest thing that I'm really excited about is that we have a really large junior class that's played a lot of football. So we'll have a pretty large senior class next year, about 17 or 18 of them, which, when we're playing against
I think Gunner had 27 or 28 seniors. And, when we play Blue Ridge on Thursday night, they have 17 seniors. So they're kind of in the same – we'll be in a similar situation that Blue Ridge is in this year, where they're going to have quite a few sophomores and juniors on the team, but the large senior class. So I feel like, we're definitely in the right direction moving forward. And I'm just kind of excited the athletes that we have coming back. We've got a great group of skilled kids that are coming back. And then we've got about 3 question marks on the offense of, who's going to fill in those open spots on the offensive line. But we really only have 1 open spot on defense that's a question mark. And so anytime that you're returning 10 starters on defense that really inconsistent. We've given up way too many points, and we can go in there. We can talk on this for hours about defending a short field and things like that. But we're able to shore up some things on defense next year and on offense. We're moving the chains, and we're more efficient on first down and on third down. I think it's going to help us, especially having 10 starters coming back next year on a defensive squad that I feel like has gotten better every single week. And you can tell towards the end of district play, other than that Gunner game, that we play really, really hard, and we're finally getting to the point where we've got 11 hats running to the football and sprinting. And when you got kids that are buying in like that, good things are going to happen.
And Coach, your final opponent, Blue Ridge, they can flat out move the football. Over 400 yards of offense each game. Caleb Gaddis is their big offensive wide receiver, has over 1,000 yards receiving, 13 receiving touchdowns. How do you limit him and the Tiger offense?
Yeah, we in the game plan, we're going to always have to identify where number 11 is, and what Coach Russell does a good job of is he'll be the slot to the Twins receiver side. He'll also be the outside receiver on the Twins side. He'll be the point man in their trips bunch look, and then he'll also be the single receiver side. And they're going to see if you're going to double cover him, and they're going to try to exploit that. And so, anytime you're playing a team like that, you got to always have to try to find a way to have 2 over 1 and 4 over 3. And with that, it kind of lightens up your box. And so what they do, they're real vanilla in the run game, but they're really good at that. They've got a really decent size offensive line that plays really hard and gets after it. And they've got a good running back that he's their starting inside linebacker also. He's a really good runner. I not necessarily don't know if they want the quarterback to run as much, but he throws the ball well enough, especially, with the Gaddis kid, number 11, out there. I don't know if you're ever going to stop them. We got to make sure that everything stays in front of us, and we got to rally to the ball. But we're going to change up some things. There's a different coverage that I learned about 4 or 5 years ago that I learned from the University of Alabama, and I've talked to a bunch of my other buddies that are defensive coordinators. We've been talking about this for about 4 or 5 years, and that's a good thing is like when you're constantly learning, you're not letting the grass grow underneath your feet. Even as an offensive coach, I was still learning defensive coverages, and here I am 5 years later, I'm implementing this coverage that we have. And so I feel like the kids have done a really good job, and we had an extra week to work on it. And so we feel like it's going to give them some fits, but we also carry the same coverage that we did in district play that took away the RPO game. And so we're going to still run some of that stuff. And we just got to find a way to always have half extra hat in the run game, but also have an extra hat to know where number 11 is.
As good as their offense is, they can be scored on. Do you think this could be a shootout to end the season?
For the people in the stands, they probably like a track meet, but for me, it kind of stresses me out quite a bit. But it definitely has a recipe to be a track meet because, we've got Ryland Strong that can take to the house anytime he touches the ball. Riken, he's obviously really electric in the kicking game, and also when he gets the ball in his hand offensively, Deacon Bender, we get him to, fix some mechanic stuff and get the ball out in space. Even one that people really don't know is Caden Thomas. Anytime he gets the ball, he can move the chains too. He's pretty electric when he gets the ball in his hands, and so we got to find a way to utilize all of our kids. And one that we really haven't been able to get the ball to is, he's a 6'3" kid, is Van Derrick playing tight end for us this week. So we got to be really creative, get the ball in space. I really hope that, we can, create a long field for Blue Ridge's offense to have to go against our defense, and defense got to get off the yard after third down. And I don't want it to be a track meet, but if it ends up being a track meet, I feel like we can match them. That's what Calsburg got into a track meet with him, and Calsburg ran out of gas. And I don't necessarily know if we're built with, we got back Braxton Buttery back, and we got Kendall O'Brien back. That's going to help us out. Braxton Buttery was having a breakout game before he got injured against Gunner, and so he's been out for a couple weeks, and he's full go this week. So it's good to see us get back to almost full strength. And I know Will Ingram, he's back this week too, practicing. So we went from 21 back to 27 strong, so we feel really good about that. But I still don't know if we have enough gas left in our tank to be in a track meet. But if we do, I know that our kids are pretty tough, and we're different here in Howe. So I feel really good about the game plan and the kids' execution this week.
Coach, what's your first offseason going to look like as an athletic director and head coach?
Well, it's going to be a little bit different than what they've done in the past. We're going to continue to do football year round as long as the UIL allows us within the rules, because I think being able to increase your football knowledge is going to make you be a better football team. But one thing that we're doing differently is that we are incorporating all male athletes to work out together at the same time. We're going to encourage kids to play multiple sports, and we're all going to get better all at the same time. And so we're going to have to get up here a little bit earlier. We're going to have to do some stuff in the period, and then we're going to have to go hit the track and do some speed development after school. I know some people probably get nervous when they're like, golly, Coach, that's like a 3 a day, like, are you staying within the UIO rules? And, absolutely we are, because we've got multi-sport athletes. So it's going to be hard. It's going to be pretty tough, but we're going to do it all together. And I think whenever we're able to get all the athletes together and doing something that's really tough together, we end up learning how to love one another and support one another. And we're going to increase the school spirit, but we're going to do some really tough things and increase a little bit of more mental toughness. And we don't really have a choice. We got to get stronger, but we also have to get significantly faster.
The Coach's Corner has been brought to you by Rock Hill Investments. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward. South State Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. Now let's join Monty Walker with a time travel through Bulldogs history.
The Howe Bulldogs are a paltry 3-6 in games played on November the 6th. The first matchup took place in 1958 at South Maid, where Howe lost 32-12 in 8-man football. It was Howe's first season coming back after a 9-year layoff from football. In 1964, Howe lost to Collinsville 8-6, and in 1981 won at Bells 21-0 in a game marred by 13 turnovers. But Howe's Mark Woodbridge scored on an interception and set up another score with another interception. Howe lost the infamous Black Dot game at Tom Bean on this date in 1987, 23-20. The loss kept the 8-2 Bulldogs out of the playoffs and ended a winning streak over Tom Bean that had lasted since 1944. In 1992, Howe lost to Little Elm, and in 1998 won at Leonard 39-7. In 2009, on this date, Howe lost at Melissa 31-28 in the last game played between the two schools. In 2015, Howe outright clinched the district championship with a 34-13 win at Leonard on this date. And the last game played on November the 6th wasn't even actually played, as Howe forfeited to Mount Vernon to end the 2020 season. The Bulldogs are 5-6 versus Blue Ridge and haven't beaten the Tigers since 2009. Blue Ridge has won 3 straight, but were fortunate in 2022 to face an injured Austin Haley and sneak out with a win at Bulldog Stadium in the rain. The first matchup took place between the two schools in 2002, where Howe lost at home 20-14. The Dogs reintroduced the victory light in 2008 with an opening night win at Bulldog Stadium versus Blue Ridge, 49-14. The entire crowd watched the light turned on from behind the bleachers as L.B. Kirby and Mac Davis took the honors to turn it on.
Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go Dogs!
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 421-8100.
From Studio 42, this is Howe Bulldogs football. You've been listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Football time in Texas is just moments away. Now, with the call of the game, here's the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
One last time for 2025. Tip your glass to 2025, I guess. It's the Howe Bulldogs and the Blue Ridge Tigers. Over here in Blue Ridge, what I love about this place, Justin White, a few years ago, I don't love the fact that they had a tornado run through here, but what I do love is that it was a strategic tornado that basically rebuilt this entire place, and it's a really good press box, press facilities, and we like coming to places like that, Justin.
Very nice. Got a nice turf here. And first thing I thought when I saw the press box, I said, man, this would be a nice press box to have up in Howe.
Yeah, and I was talking to Coach Smith prior to the game, and he was looking up here, and he said, man, that's what we need.
That is, yes.
And I said, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I like this, yes.
I'll never complain about anything else. So, yeah, it's a nice place over here. Of course, they have the new LED lights also that flicker when they score touchdowns. And if you're a Howe Bulldog fan, I assume that's why you're listening tonight. You're hoping that the lights don't flicker that much tonight. And we think we're going to have a pretty good football game tonight. You know, it looks like, if you look at the records, it looks a little bit lopsided. Howe 2-7, 1-4 in district play. Blue Ridge 4-4 and 3-2 in district play. But as we all know, Howe, if they hang on to the football and if they don't commit penalties, they're as good as anybody in the district outside of Gunner.
They can score with the best of them. And you're playing against a Blue Ridge team that has given up a lot of points. So this may be a shootout.
It very well could be. We also want to announce that this will be the final game or broadcast for Studio 42 with Jake Roberts. He has been selected to be the play-by-play voice of the Pottsboro Cardinals for 2026. Congratulations, Jake.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it did come as a surprise when I was offered that.
Well, that's awesome. We were hired by the same guy, just about 30 years apart. Also want to announce, and regrettably, this will be apparently the final game of Stephen Braswell. We announced that last year, I think, and we got him back. So I'm just going to keep announcing it every year. Maybe we'll keep getting him back. But
One more year.
That's right. So Braswell, I know he's retired. His wife's going to retire. They want to go see the Eagles and go to Vegas and do all of that. So
the Longhorns.
Yeah, I think we got a game that night. We're going to miss those guys, and we'll have to replace those as we go along, or have a very thin crew and put more responsibility on my shoulders. I have done it before.
Yeah,
I can do it again. I can go back to doing it again.
Or we go Walker, and White. Sound like a law firm.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So again, a good game we anticipate tonight. The Blue Ridge Tigers did their senior festivities. There's a lot of seniors, and there's a lot of anticipation that Blue Ridge might actually move up to 3A Division I. Hearing the numbers that they turned in very well could bump them up in the next division. Of course, Gunner, we heard in the coaches show that they're anticipated to move up to 3A Division I. Howe, with the numbers they turned in, are anticipated to stay in 3A Division II. So if you take Blue Ridge and Gunner out of the equation for next year's district, possibly you move in somebody like Valley View. But there's all sorts of ways to go about it. You never know what the district's going to look like next August. Or actually, it comes out, February 1st, I think, is when it's announced. So we'll know fairly soon. Final game for some seniors tonight. Not a big senior class by any means. Garrett Rogers, who suffered an ACL, MCL, all kinds of L's injuries last week, and he will not get to play his final game as a Howe Bulldog. And, of course, he's a great baseball player. We'll miss that, too. Gage Carr, he's been medically retired for a few weeks now. Knox Bounds, that's going to be a big loss for the Howe Bulldogs. And Alex, the Mad Honduran Mejia, and Eli Stoner. And as we go down the roster, Dylan Patterson, a huge, huge impact on this football team. and Aiden Torres. So, and of course, Large Marge, Will Ingram. He will play tonight. He's been doing therapy on that right ankle, and we anticipate him being in the lineup on offense tonight. Speaking of your starting lineup, First Baptist Church starting lineup, I'll start with Howe's offense. Up front will be Dylan Patterson, Gavin Snap, Aiden Torres, Will Ingram, and Jacob Griffo. The wide receivers, Braxton Buttery, who will be back tonight, and Rylan Strong, who has 24 catches, 304 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He's also rushed 7 times for 38 yards. The tight end is Van Derrick, who's much taller than I thought he was. He's 6'3". The slot receiver, junior Ryken Cross, 42 carries for 206 yards, 1 touchdown, 18 catches, 222 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's 4.9 yards per rush and 12.3 per catch. Knox Bounds in the backfield. His final game, 117 for 925 on the season. He needs 75 yards to hit the 1,000 mark. 10 touchdowns on the season. He's also caught 1 ball for -2 yards. He's got a 7.92 rushing average per carry. And that, along with Deacon Bender, your quarterback, who's 56 out of 121 for the season, 9 interceptions, 590 yards, 5 touchdowns. He's rushed 97 times for 262 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's a sophomore, and this will be his final game as a sophomore, obviously. He'll be a junior next year, and you expect big things out of Deacon Bender coming up in the next 2 seasons. That's your starting offense for the Howe Bulldogs.
All right, let's go to the starting defense for Blue Ridge. Starting at defensive end is sophomore Jaden Rice. The defensive tackle is Benji Pitts. He's a junior. Also a junior, Gavin Birch, leading sack guy on this team with 7 sacks, 11 tackles for a loss, 47 tackles. Linebackers are Brody Goodman, senior. Another senior, Lane Bridges, a middle linebacker. Leading tackle on this team is Jacob Walker, another senior. And then sophomore is Jonathan Cheatham, outside linebacker. So you got 3 seniors on that linebacking core. In the secondary is Andrew Gaddis. He's a freshman.
Those Gaddises pop up every year.
Man, I'm telling you. I was like, man, I thought
we were done with those Gaddis boys.
You're getting rid of one, here comes another one. And if you're playing as a freshman too, man. Jacob Contreras, another senior at cornerback. Free safety is Tice Lennon. And the strong safety is Bryant Purser. That's the starting lineup for the Blue Ridge Tigers.
Your Howe Bulldogs starting defense, again, brought to you by First Baptist Church of Howe. Up front on that defensive line will be Ethan Mayo. Also, they'll switch in and out with Jacob Griffo. Dylan Patterson, defensive tackle. Jameer Brown and Alex the Mad Honduran Mejia. In the linebacking core, Chris Torres, the junior, and Charlie Furr, the junior. You'll also see Knox Bounds, maybe some Kendall O'Brien out there. Your cornerbacks tonight, Ryken Cross and Rylan Strong. Your safeties, Eli Stoner. You'll also see Braxton Buttery. May see some Deacon Bender, and may even see Kendall O'Brien at a safety position, because Garrett Rogers, of course, as we mentioned, is out for this football game and the remainder of his sports career in high school anyway. And that's your starting defense for the Howe Bulldogs.
All right, let's go to starting offense for Blue Ridge. On that offensive line, you got three juniors, 2 seniors. Left tackle is Jace Harris. He's a senior. And left guard is Harley Norris. At center is Simon Martinez. He's a senior. Right guard is Murphy Grace. He's a junior. Howe comes out of the field. Right tackle is Jonathan Espinoza. He's a junior. Wide out is Brody Goodman. The guy you hear a lot is Caleb Gaddis. He's a senior at tight end. 67 catches, 1,153 yards, 13 touchdowns, averaging 128 yards per game receiving. Slot back is Bryant Purser. H-back tight end is Andrew Harris. Jacob Walker, one of the lead rushers on this team, 98 carries, 959 yards, and 9 touchdowns, averaging 110 yards per game. And then quarterback is Liam Finnan. He's a senior. 135 completions for 231 attempts, 2,116 yards, 19 touchdowns, and only 2 interceptions. They come in averaging 31 points per game, 488 yards total, and they're pretty balanced offense, Monty.
They are a balanced offense. They like to get the ball to Gaddis, and they like to run the ball with Walker. Let's also mention Joshua Rodriguez, who had a lot of carries against Callisburg a week ago. Not on their roster. You got your pen, Jake? I need to write that down. Joshua Rodriguez, 44. It's behind the scenes work.
Junior, senior? No, we don't know.
Okay.
Jonathan Rodriguez, number 44.
There you go.
Joshua Rodriguez.
So captains are making their way out on the field. The captains for Howe will be Dylan Patterson, Charlie Furr, Alex Torres, and Chris Torres. Blue Ridge comes out there in their dark, deep green jerseys. They almost look black. They have black pants and either black or green helmets. Howe in all white tonight. White pants, white jerseys. The captains are shaking hands. Malin is out there. And we'll pod him up. As soon as it's Paul Wood, the referee tonight. And he'll bring Malin in here in just a second. Paul, a local guy. We've seen a lot of his football games over the course of many years. And Malin is about to pop on here in just a moment for the coin toss. While we're waiting, I'll thank our sponsors, although now he's bringing in Malin.
Now we're going to have a good game, okay? Looking forward to it. He's the visiting team. So we know what's going on, right? What'd you say?
We've got our mic pointed the other way. Looks like Blue Ridge has won the toss, and they have elected to receive the football starting this game tonight. So they'll get the football first. They want to kind of jump on Howe and score first. So our sponsors tonight, we want to thank Rapid Electric, who sponsors our tailgate party all year. Rapid Electric, don't get shocked. Call them at 903-421-8100. Senior Spotlight all year has been brought to you by MTE Fence, the Coach's Corner by Rock Hill Investments, the Flux Capacitor by the Crazy AC Guy. Starting lineups were brought to you by the Howe First Baptist Church. And the opponent overview and the Howe Bulldogs overview is where we are right now. The Howe Bulldogs overview brought to you by Michelle Carney Photography. We'll get to that in a moment, as I think we're just about ready for the national anthem, Justin. And I believe it will be the Blue Ridge marching band, as the flags are at half staff. We can only presume that is in honor of former Vice President.
Yes.
Please bow y'all's heads, remove your hats, and
we're going to have the prayer
prayer.
first.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the gift of this day and for bringing us all together. Help us not to take these moments for granted, but to be grateful for the chance to play, cheer, and make memories together. We ask for your protection over every player. Keep them safe and help them play with strength, respect, and purpose that honors you. Bless the coaches, officials, and first responders with wisdom and safety. Be with the cheerleaders, band, and fans. May they perform their best, spread kindness, encouragement. Lord, help us to wear the full armor of God so we stand firm in your truth and love. Tonight, we lift up KJ's family and friends. We are grateful for the light he brought into this world and for the inspiration he left behind. From a young age, KJ dreamed of becoming a truck driver, and through hard work and faith, he made that dream a reality. He showed us what it means to live with passion and purpose, to follow your dreams, and to do what you love without giving up. Remind us that true victory isn't found on the scoreboard, but in the gratitude, grace, and love we show to one another. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And now I believe we're ready for the national anthem.
Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
And it is the Blue Ridge Marching Band. And with that, one final time in 2025, Justin White.
It's a great night. Thursday night lights.
Yeah, Thursday night lights. That's it takes a little getting used to, I guess.
And being 2 weeks since we played, I mean, I feel like I hadn't seen you guys in a month.
I know. The players looks like they're just about to take the field. We haven't spoken to Malin yet. Let's check down with our sideline reporter, Malin Walker. Give us a temperature and field update.
Well, the temperature right now is 73 degrees. It's going to glide on down around the mid-60s. One thing to note, goes from north to south. We have winds going from 13 miles an hour. They gust up to 25 coming from the south, so wind will be a factor.
How about the players? How do they seem coming into their final game of the season?
Well, the players...
there you go. Go ahead, Malin.
It's like they're playing, and
just from a peek behind the curtain, Malin is way over there, a good 3 wood away from us on the other sideline.
And then probably interference from the coach's headsets.
Could be.
Probably doesn't help.
Kalen Davis, the kickoff, goes right over the head. Actually, it's going to be fielded by an up man. And Blue Ridge will start with great field position just shy of midfield at their own 48-yard line. So we are just about underway, or we are underway. Blue Ridge can score, and they can score quickly.
It seems like I remember them, they go fast.
And they like to get the football to their big receiver, Caleb Gaddis. As you mentioned in the pregame show, starting lineups, over 1,000 yards, 13 receiving touchdowns. They also have a very quick back in Walker. They move everybody on the offensive line. And Fernand goes back, shotgun formation. He's going to keep it, or no, that was snapped right to Walker. A direct snap, and he's going to get 8 yards on play number 1 of this football game up to the 44-yard line on the Howe side of the field.
He stood in the back. There in the backfield was Caleb Gaddis. And Walker got the direct snap.
Feenan, the quarterback, actually Walker, another direct snap. Some trickery here. Feenan lined up in the slot. He's going to throw it deep down the field. Wide open and all alone. In for the score goes Andrew Lindbergh, the freshman. His 30th catch of the year, and it's a big one, his second touchdown of the year. 44 yards.
A reverse. Finnan stayed at quarterback after the snap, then got the handoff, and then downfield was Lindbergh all by himself. Got back behind the coverage.
On for the PAT is Cheatham, and it is up, and it is true. 7-0 Blue Ridge early. Really early in this football game. Like 34 seconds into this football game. We'll be right back.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
Caleb Gaddis will kick the Tech Wave kickoff. Left-footed kicker kicks it towards the out-of-bounds mark. Howell almost gave it up, but falling on it at the last minute on the far sideline. Still don't know who has it. Maybe Eli Stoner, perhaps, or maybe it was Reichencross. For your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap, Blue Ridge went 2 plays, 52 yards. And scored on a trick play that was snapped to running back Walker, which is Jacob Walker, who flipped it over to Finnan, who regularly plays quarterback, was lined up in a slot, and Finnan launched it deep down the field to Andrew Lindbergh, who was wide open for the score. And here comes Howe on their first shot. From their own 35-yard line, swing pass out, going to be caught. Coming near side, Ryland Strong down the sideline, 15, steps out of bounds at the Blue Ridge 44-yard line.
I like the play call. Put Strong in motion. As soon as the ball snapped, get him on a bubble screen on the outside and just let him be in space. He's the fastest guy on the field, arguably. Definitely on the Howe side. And able to get a big gainer there on first down into Blue Ridge territory.
So Blue Ridge scored from the Howe 44. Let's see if Howe can score from the Blue Ridge 44 here. Second play of the drive. Strong will go split out wide right. Knocks bounds in the backfield. Howe wearing all white. Van Derrick goes in motion. Snap back, hand off to Knox Bounds. Met at the line of scrimmage. Not even going to get back there. Driven backwards. Going to lose a yard. Back to the 45-yard line.
Defensive tackle John Espinoza read that all the way and he was the first one on the scene, and then the rest of the green jerseys got around him, but Espinoza grabbed him and just threw him down behind the line of scrimmage.
3 receivers will go to the right, including Van Derrick, Reichencross, and Ryland Strong. Actually, Strong goes in motion in the backfield. They throw it back to him. He wants to throw. Deep down the field, way down there for Reichencross, has to run under it, can't do it. That ball was launched like a punt, and Cross actually had to come back for it and towards the middle of the field. And it's a very somewhat pretty incomplete pass.
A little bit of trickery by Howe trying to do the same thing. Put Strong in motion, and Strong was in motion. He was way back behind Bender.
Yeah, he was way back there.
Yeah. And so when he got it threw it over to Strong, and Strong launched it. Strong had to get rid of it quickly.
I think he was 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage when he threw it. Here's Bender wants to throw. 3-step drop over the middle, caught by Reichencross, turns it up over a little bit of a gain up to the 39-yard line. That'll get some of it back, maybe 6 yards, and that'll set up a 4th down and right about 6.
And they give him a good spot. I thought he got to the 39. They're really at the 40, almost the 41.
Officials for tonight: Paul Wood, the referee; the umpire, Ray Hennenberg; Dr. Ethan Boyles is the head linesman. We'll get back to that as Bender is barking, trying to draw him off sides, and that's not working. The line judge is Brady Russell. The back judge is Todd Cathert. The field judge, Nate Stevens, and the side judge is David Robbs. Here is Bender handing off to Knox Bounds. Nothing doing there. Going to lose a lot of yards. And That's not the way you wanted to do a fourth down situation, as Blue Ridge is going to get the ball in great shape here, 5 yards shy of midfield.
Well, they tried to call a play, try to get Blue Ridge to draw off sides. When that didn't work, they called an audible and called a draw play, maybe try to catch Blue Ridge nap and think it was a 5-6 yards to get a first down. Thought it'd be a pass play, but Blue Ridge did not fall for it. He knocks bounds way behind the line.
Now Finnan lines up at quarterback, drops back 3 steps, fires deep right side. Looking for Caleb Gaddis. A lot of bumping and grinding, and a flag is going to be thrown on Alcorn as he just ran right into Gaddis. And that'll be a 15-yarder, which will put Blue Ridge into Howe territory at the 40-yard line.
And it kind of looked like they were both just kind of making a play on the ball, but I guess a little bit too much.
Well, he hit him early.
Okay.
Alcorn hit him a little bit early, and his head was not turned at all. 1st and 10, handoff to Walker, in trouble, trying to find the left corner. He might lose a couple of yards, as the Bulldogs did a great job of scraping over there to make sure he didn't turn the corner. And Jacob Walker is very fast, but unable to do anything on that first carry of the night for him. 9:30 on the clock here in quarter number 1. Blue Ridge leads 7-0. Snap back to Finnan, handoff to Walker right side. This time he has some running room up the middle, right behind right guard, and he'll pick up enough to the 39-yard line, or 34-yard line rather, so give him 6.
Here they go.
And Blue Ridge going quickly. Handoff to Walker again, bouncing it out right. This time he's met at the line of scrimmage. Kendall O'Brien with a big hit, but he was not the first one there. I believe Torres was the first one there. And so now Blue Ridge facing a 4th and about 4.
They tried to go fast there, and Bulldogs did a good job of staying in their lanes and not letting the hurry-up offense affect them.
And Finnan wants to throw flag down, going right side, trying to find his receiver in and out of the hands of Limburg. But let's check the flag. If it's against Howe, it's an automatic first down.
I think they drew him off sides.
Yeah, I think that was a free play, and I think that's why he threw it the way he did.
We have an injured player for Howe limping around, which is Jacob Griffo. He did get back to his feet pretty quickly. I'm not sure he's going to have to check out, but he's holding his right knee, and checking in is Dylan Patterson. So Griffo will check out with 8:41 on the clock here in quarter number 1. Trailing 7-0 is Howe.
It's a big loss, Griffo, on the defensive line. Guys like him and Jameer Brown have been big helpers there on that offense, on that defensive line.
And that's an unfortunate situation to have an offsides. It's just a free first down for them. They don't even have to work for it.
Ball now spotted at the 28-yard line. New set of downs for Blue Ridge. Walker pointing to the line of scrimmage, now steps back in the backfield, right side of Finnan, claps his hands, hand off Walker, who slips and dives forward to the 25-yard line. He had a little bit of a gap in front of him, but he couldn't keep his feet as the turf bug got him.
Oh, man, they better thank that turf, because there was a big hole to run through.
3-yard gain, and Blue Ridge going quickly. 2nd down. Finnan wants to throw, looks over the middle, can't find anybody. Now fires it out left side. Gaddis makes the catch on the far sideline and slung out of bounds after a first down catch inside the 20 at about the 16-yard line.
Finnan showing some good pocket awareness, felt some pressure, moved up in the pocket, almost ran, moved to his left, and then threw on the run to a good laser to Gaddis.
He had to be close to the line of scrimmage when he let that go. Finnan, handoff up the middle. I'm not sure that is not Walker. That is Hunter Dyer, I believe, on the carry.
I think it's Lennon. I think it's Tice Lennon.
It is Lennon.
But Charles Furr was right there and made a textbook tackle to take him down at his legs.
Snap back, Finnan wants to throw. Right side, deep in the end zone for Limburg. It's caught about 8 yards deep. That's another touchdown for Blue Ridge, and they flash their light show with their impressive LED lights. And it's 13-0 with 7:38 over Howe in the first quarter.
Jaden Alcorn in coverage over on that right side, and I think he was peeking into the backfield before he knew it. Ball was in the air, and Limburg had a step on him, and it was perfect placement by Liam Finnan.
Cheatham will come on to do the extra point. And apparently let's see, that looks like a 6-play drive to me. $13-0, Blue Ridge in the lead early. Finnan to hold. There's some kind of delay in the action here. I'm not sure what that is. But apparently they're ready now. Finnan is going to hold. And the right-footed kicker, Cheatham, will boot it through. Looks good to me. 14-0, Blue Ridge in the lead. 7:38 left to go in the first. We'll be right back.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Welcome back. 14-0. Blue Ridge in the lead over Howe. 7:38 left to go in the first as your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap. 6 plays, 40 yards for Blue Ridge. Ended on a Finnan to Limburg connection. That's the second of the night. This one for 16 yards instead of 44. And Blue Ridge with 7:38 on the clock lead Howe 14-0. As Caleb Gaddis will kick off from the 50. Apparently there was a penalty against Howe, which moves the ball up, and they'll kick from the 50. This one is going to be a pretty deep, low-line drive kick that's going to go close to the end zone. It's rolling.
Better get it.
Howe's going to have to get on it, and they don't do it. And I believe Blue Ridge has the football inside the 5.
No, I think Howe did get on it.
Did Howe get on it?
Yes, they did.
I believe so.
Oh, was that Reich and Cross? That was
Reich and Cross who fell on it.
Okay.
But it was a line drive that just kind of landed inside the 5-yard line, and nobody wanted to. They assumed it was going to go in the back of the end zone. It never did.
My goodness. So let me explain this, why I'm getting confused. Howe played over, the last time Howe played here, Howe wore their black jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first time I've ever seen Howe play a road game in a regular season with black jerseys. So when they come out here in all white tonight, I'm still a little baffled. So when I see a white jersey jump on the football, I'm thinking, oh no, Blue Ridge has the football. That's how that went in my brain.
Okay. I was wondering. I was like, man, I know he's got the Mr. Magoo eyes, but I mean,
yeah, that would have been really, really bad.
But that was a clear white jersey that jumped on.
Yeah.
It was really close, though. It's not like it wasn't.
It was close.
They're backed up at their own 4-yard line. Bender in the end zone. Wants to throw. Dances around now. Throws a deep ball out to Reich and Cross. And it's knocked down by a defender. Ball hung up in the air. Cross had to wait on it. Came back to the football a little bit, but the ball was knocked down before he could get there. And it's just a long, pretty incomplete pass.
It was a pretty pass. Had a lot of touch on it, but just... yeah, too much touch. It stayed in the air and gave a chance to the defensive back. I believe maybe Ryan Purser may have been the winning coverage.
Hey, Malin, it appears that the wind may be at his back, which might have even helped him on that.
Yes, that's very right. Just a little too much.
All right, here is a handoff. Knox bounds for a moment, had a seam, and got enough to get out of the shadow of their own goal post up to about the maybe 12-yard line, 13-yard line.
It was a good, healthy run, almost close to the first down. Puts you in a good, comfortable 3rd and 1.
And it's a long one, I think, but it is 3rd and 1. And I cannot tell. I'm looking out of a little window over here. And I'm not. Did Bender keep that?
Bender, a little tush push up the middle, and I think he got enough for the first down.
So they'll move the sticks to about the 16-yard line.
We are pretty far away from the field.
Well, that and there's the Kevin Wilson window that I asked for years. They have one here, but it's also looking out of another window. Bender in the gun, will hand off, knocks bounds, trying to find the right corner, does turn the corner for a moment, tries to jump over a defender, does halfway, and then falls down, and he's slow to get up.
He hit the ground hard. When he jumped up in the air and they tackled him down, he went down pretty tough.
It's about an 8-yard gain, just shy of the 25-yard line. He's down at about the 24-yard line, so gain of 8. But Bounds has yet to get up. Again, he tried to jump over the defender and went down hard. And is laying on the sidelines over there, half in and half out of the sidelines.
I don't want to speculate, but I'm hoping it's just he got the wind knocked out of him. Because he was in the air and it came down pretty tough.
Or when you jump up like that, you can get hit in a place you don't want to get hit.
True.
And it doesn't, well.
He's having to be helped off. He's not putting pressure on.
It could have came down on an ankle or something. Maybe Malin can kind of see what's going on over there without creating a HIPAA violation or anything. It looked like a left lower extremity to me, but again, that's far away over there, and I can't really see.
Well, and he's not putting in it. The coaches are kind of carrying him, so.
That's a huge loss if you lose Knox Bounds early in this contest with 6:26 left to go in the first, trailing 14-0.
Remember, Garrett Rogers is out too.
Is that Alcorn back there? And I believe it is. He gets the carry over right guard and does gain close enough to, well, now there's a late flag that comes in from the side judge. It looked like it was going to be close to the first down, maybe a yard shy, but let's check the flag. As the crowd goes very, very quiet. They're working on Knox Bounds' lower left leg, it appears. The penalty, it appears, is going to go against Blue Ridge. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, but I couldn't tell what it was. It's like it's almost like he pointed at the sidelines and then made a direction. Personal foul. Braswell has told us personal foul against Blue Ridge.
Well, that will help. And apparently, maybe from the rest of the night on, might be could very well, for Howe, be the Jaden Alcorn introduction at running back.
You know, and I was thinking when Knox Bounds was running that, I thought back to earlier in the year and thought, man, how convenient was that Knox Bounds was able to transfer back and be a big part of this offense, run the ball.
Ball at the 40. Quick screen power, deep ball down to Ryland Strong, and it goes in and out of his arms. Might have lost it in the lights. He wanted a flag, was not going to get it. He had separation, and the ball was put on the money, it appeared, but not able to hang on. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Had Purser beat, and I think he was right in the right spot. Purser was able to knock it away. But going back to Knox Bounds, you know, when last year ended, Braden Ulmer left, and you kind of wondered who's going to be the next running back to step up. Knox Bounds moves back and filled that role very nicely, almost a 1,000-yard rusher.
Boy, that's going to be a shame. If he doesn't return tonight, he's going to be just shy of 1,000 yards for the season. 6:04 on the clock. Howe trails 14-0 in the first quarter. Bender, handoff, Alcorn coming near side, tripped up just past the line of scrimmage as he was trying to turn the corner on the near side. Howe traveling right to left from our vantage point. And it'll be 3rd and long now. Howe from their own 39-yard line.
The first couple runs by Alcorn have been on the outside. They haven't had a run between the tackles yet.
Coach Smith also mentioned you might want to look out for Caden Thomas also in the backfield at some point, maybe next year, could be possibly tonight. Looks like stoppage in play as a timeout apparently has been called. We'll take 1-2. It is 14-0, Blue Ridge in the lead with 5:17 left to go in the first. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go Dogs!
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
Welcome back. It is 3rd down and 9 for Howe. Bender in the gun with 5:17 remaining in the first. Drops back 3 steps, looks left, now throws right over the middle of Reich across. Makes the catch, but he's going to be buried right at the 41-yard line. Only a gain of 1 or 2, and Howe's going to have to punt.
Like there's a flag that came in.
It came in late. And let's see what this one may be. Paul Wood, the referee, makes the call of a hold against Howe. Okay. So we'll see. Is it declined? Are they going to make them punt here? It'd be 4th down and 9. Or if they back them up, it'll be 3rd down and 19. They're going to back them up. Okay.
Is that the right decision?
Well,
I mean, it depends on if Howe was going to go for it or not. I mean, it's the last game of the season.
And I think they're going to go ahead and decline it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he had some time to chew on it and think about it. And Howe's going to gain a yard on the penalty. Is that right, Braz? They were at the 39, were they not? Now they're at the
30.
I'm sorry, they were at the...
Yeah, I think they moved up from the 41 to the 43.
Well, Howe will bring their punt team in. Braz, I'm not sure if that's the right yard mark or that they put the ball back down on. Yeah, he says it. He doesn't think it is either, but I think they gained a yard on the deferred. Back to punt, Ryland Strong. And it's a wobbly end-over-end kick, going to bounce at the 38-yard line and go out of bounds at the 32. And that's where Blue Ridge will take over their 3rd possession, having scored on their first 2. 1 on a 2-play 52-yard drive and 1 on a 6-play 40-yard drive. These are Kingdom Inflatables extra scoring drive recaps. Both of them were Finnan to Limburg connections, one of 44 yards and one of 16. And still traveling left to right. We'll see what they do here.
A long first quarter.
It has been. 4:42 still on the clock. We got used to bells in Callisburg.
Right?
Ball at the 32. Finnan drops back 3 steps, looks left, fires it lofting up in the air. Gaddis goes up for it and couldn't haul it in. Hanging on his back was Kendall O'Brien, and that ball was incomplete. He went up for it like a rebound as the ball hung up forever, but couldn't come down with it.
We've seen a lot of balls from both quarterbacks just kind of hang up in there, hang up in the air, and defensive backs have done a good job of either jarring it loose or hitting the player as he caught it.
Handoff to the right and hit hard immediately was Tice Lennon. And I'm not sure if that was Torres, but no gain on the play. 3rd and 10 coming up. And Finnan is throwing into the wind. He'll do so here. Fires it left side, and it's going to be incomplete over the head of the intended receiver, Limburg again. Limburg is a freshman out there.
Wow. Yeah, and he got popped as soon as he tried to go up to make that catch.
So it'll be 4th down, and Blue Ridge will have to punt for the first time tonight. And they'll do so from their own 32-yard line.
So you graduate Gaddis, then you got 3 years of Limburg.
And another Gaddis.
Then another Gaddis coming up the ranks, man. They just reload.
Alcorn and Riken Cross will go back to return this punt. Cross will stand at the 35 and creep up a little bit. Punt is a high one. It's going to go over the head of Alcorn and go out of bounds. Right around the 35-yard line, and Howe will take over there to start their next drive. There's 3:56 on the clock here in quarter number 1. And there's an injured Blue Ridge player down, I believe. And while we're having the coaches go out and deal with that injury, we will take a quick timeout. We'll be back. It's 14-0, Blue Ridge in the lead.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrEdInsurance.com.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
It was not a Blue Ridge player that was down. It was umpire Ray Hinnenberg who got up a little gimpy. So not sure what happened there. Maybe he's got some meniscus tear that he only knows about, and it popped out of place for a moment. I know that because that's happened to me while coaching third base, nonetheless.
So he went down right in the middle of the field, right in the middle of the hash marks. I wonder if he got ran into or something.
I would imagine something like that.
But he's going to play. He's going to stay out there.
Yeah, he's still out there. They may be giving him a hard time. I'm not sure. But Howe will have the ball at their own 34-yard line with 3:56 left to go in the first. Here in the final game of the 2025 season, there was a flag on the play as well, so that'll move the ball up to the 44-yard line. Man goes in motion is Van Derrick. Handoff to Alcorn. Initially trying to go up the middle, found it, there was nothing there, raced to the right edge and immediately tripped up and lost 2 yards.
Alcorn's got some quickness to him. I'm kind of curious to see what he looks like at full speed.
Howe taking their time. Good to see Large Marge back on the field. We just knew a few weeks ago that he would not be back after that ankle injury, but he is back for his final game. 2nd down and 11. Bender looking left, rolls out, and is going to be sacked back at the 35-yard line. Brought down by Jacob Walker, the linebacker. And Howe now facing a 3rd down and very long.
Rolled out of the pocket and looking downfield. There's just nobody there. He had to hurry up and make a quick decision. It was just, he had the defense, Walker, come barreling down on him and just didn't have time to get rid of it. He's going to have a better job of having a clock in his head to get rid of that ball and not take the sack.
Well, Bender also was looking left the entire time. And wanted to go left, and then wasn't able to and had nowhere else to go. This time Bender rolls right, flag down, 3rd and 17, and Bender just rolls out of bounds for about a 3-yard loss, but let's check the flag.
I think that's going to be a chop block on one of the Howe linemen. I wasn't paying attention to who it was.
I saw a Blue Ridge player, like a lineman, go down.
Right. And I think I saw a Howe player kind of go low as well. So we can use these context clues.
This against Blue Ridge. Holding against Howe, they'll offset. So it'll be 4th down and 17, and Ryland Strong will come on to punt.
Was it offsetting or was it?
If it was offsetting, wouldn't it still be 3rd down?
I think he made a mistake in pointing toward Blue Ridge. It's really supposed to be Howe, I believe.
Well, they're not.
Well, but he did the offsetting.
I think he messed up. I don't know.
So they set the ball down at the 35-yard line.
Right.
Because if it was offsetting, they would have replayed the down.
Yeah, but they didn't. There was no penalty yardage.
Here's the punt. It's a high kick, not very long, but it will sail out of bounds. Actually turns out to be not too bad of a kick after all. Blue Ridge will have the ball on their side of the field, somewhere around the 38, I believe. And he finally stops walking at the 41-yard line.
Just a quick question. How many possessions did we have in the entire Bells game?
5.
Okay, so have we already beaten that? Is that
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? This will be the 7th drive.
Okay.
In the first quarter.
In the
first quarter.
We had 5 possessions we had 2 possessions in the second half, I think.
Yeah, that just kind of shows the absurdity of that entire game.
Well, I think Howe had 5 possessions overall.
Okay.
So Howe's had 3 possessions so far. Here's Finnan wanting to throw. Left side, caught. And for a 9-yard gain goes Lindbergh again. Have yourself a game, freshman.
Instead of trying to go long, just found him underneath. And able to get a couple yards after the catch. So don't have to hit the big play every time.
Handoff Walker coming near side around the right edge. Stopped in his tracks, now bounces out of that. Still trying to find the edge and pushed out of bounds finally by Alcorn. Doing double duty at around the 50-yard line. They'll call it the 48 shy of the first down.
Eli Stoner and Charles Furr came in to slow him down. Should have made the tackle. Walker stayed on his feet, but they were able to push him out of bounds before he got around that corner. Bulldogs back-to-back, good back-to-back defensive possessions.
3rd down and 2. Finnan drops back, throwing. Home run ball deep down the right side, overshoots his intended receiver, which was Jonathan Cheatham. I think that was Cheatham. And now it'll be 4th down and 2.
I think it was Contreras.
Okay. Big play here if you want to hang around in this football game. It's only 14-0. 1:39 on the clock here in the first, but it feels like it should be 28-0. Handoff Walker up the middle, 1st down. On the Howe side of the field at the 47-yard line.
Man, a chance to get off the field, couldn't do it. Just a simple draw play up the middle. Walker didn't need a lot of space, didn't need a big hole to get through.
But he has a burst as soon as he gets the football in his hands. No relation that I'm aware of. 1st and 10. Handoff on the left side of the offensive line. The ball is on the turf, picked up by Howe. Coming near side, Eli Stoner. And he's going to be hit hard finally after he gained a few yards. I thought Lennon, the ball carrier, might have been down, but no rule, and Howe is celebrating, and they have the football.
Yeah, a Howe player, I couldn't see who it was, slammed him down on the ground, and I guess the ball came out before his knee hit the ground. If this was college or NFL, you would probably review that to see.
No question.
If his knee went down first. Instead, the Bulldogs get a turnover, a takeaway, and a chance to get back in this game.
Boy, if Howe can score here and make it a 1-touchdown game, you turn this whole thing around.
And you're right. It feels like it's more than 14-0.
It does.
The way Blue Ridge has been moving the ball up into these last two possessions.
Well, and I also think the way Howe has moved the ball, just in a way, like they just haven't really moved the ball very well, which has kind of added to that.
Not having Knox bounds.
Right. I'm sure that's definitely probably is the factor.
That's a throat punch.
Yeah.
Bender drops back 3 steps, looks over the middle, flushed out of the pocket, finds somebody down the field, and actually just throws it away. Almost caught on the sidelines by the Mad Honduran, but it goes in and out of his hands. And it's 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, you got Jaden Alcorn, who's, again, we talked about he's got some quickness, a little bit of speed. He's just not been able to find anything on the ground game, so it's causing the Bulldogs to have to go to the air.
When you look ahead at next season, is there any thought of Ryland Strong in the backfield?
I think so. I think you get away all options.
Van Derek goes in motion. Here's a quick pitch and catch out to Ryken Cross. A gainer up to nearly midfield at the 49-yard line will set up a 3rd down and short. 8-yard pickup on the quick hitter to the left side of the offensive line to Cross, who was in the slot.
I think Ryland Strong is kind of like a Braden Ulmer next year. You got to get that man the ball.
Well, I think you're right. Closing moments of the first quarter at 23 seconds, and here is Bender trying to do it himself to get the first down, and I think he's got it. At the 48-yard line, it appears they're going to move the sticks, and they do. Clock stops momentarily with 8.4 seconds. They'll spot the ball at the 48-yard line. And that'll be the end of the first quarter. It was a long one,
man,
and it was not a great one, but it wasn't a terrible one. 14-0. Blue Ridge in the lead after 1. We'll be right back.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Howe back on the field for the first play of the second quarter at their Blue Ridge 48-yard line. Bender in the gun with Alcorn standing next to him on his left. Knocks bounds out of the game with an early injury. Man in motion, and Bender wants to throw right side, and it's caught by Ryken Cross. Spins out of one tackle down at the 35-yard line. That's enough for another first down. Let's check down with Malin Walker for the second time maybe tonight. Going with the into the wind now, Malin, is that going to be a factor?
I don't think it will. You know, we're seeing a lot of short passes. I think we're going to stick to that. We're not going to see a lot of long throws.
Any update on Knox bounds?
From the looks of it, it's going to be something related to knee, but that's as far as I can tell.
Okay. 11:27 on the clock here in quarter number 2. Howe on the move for really the first time tonight. The Mad Honduran goes in motion, a handoff to Alcorn, trying to fight to the left side, trying to break out of a tackle, and the ball's on the turf. And Blue Ridge has recovered. And just like we've seen all year long, Howe gets down a manageable end of the field and turns the ball over.
It is almost uncanny the way the Bulldogs can move the ball and then just this time they didn't get into the red zone stall. They were just outside of the red zone. And then Alcorn trying to fight for extra yards. The ball gets knocked out. And something that the Bulldogs have struggled with all season long, turnovers.
So in this football game, it started with a touchdown by Blue Ridge and then a turnover on downs by Howe. Another touchdown by Blue Ridge. And then Howe had to punt the football, or actually they have a turnover on downs, I guess. And then Blue Ridge had to punt. Howe had to punt. A fumble by Blue Ridge and now a fumble by Howe. 1st and 10 for Blue Ridge, moving right to left for the first time. Here's a catch by Gaddis from their own 27-yard line. He's brought down immediately by Kendall O'Brien, who is apparently spying Gaddis so far this evening.
I will give credit to the Bulldogs. The defense, they're not going to let Gaddis beat them, or at least so far they haven't.
Handoff, Walker, right side. Not much room to run, but he bounces out of a tackle, gets back at least to the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd down and 8, it appears, for Blue Ridge.
Chris Torres hung on for dear life. I mean, if he didn't do that, Walker had a lot of real estate in front of him.
Yeah, I think he probably would have been gone with his speed.
Finnan gets the ball, drops back 3 steps, looks near side, 2 receivers there. Gaddis hauls it in at the 40-yard line. That's not enough for a first down. It's going to be 4th and a manageable 1 or 2, however. They got a great spot at the 42, in between the 41 and the 42-yard line. Got to get half a yard here, and it drew Howe offsides, I think. Free play. Deep ball down to Gaddis. Goes up for it, comes down with it. Ball's caught at the 29-yard line, 30-yard line. Free play. And Blue Ridge appears to have a big play and a first down.
He went up and got that, but I don't think he got a foot down. It felt like he was coming down. He was juggling it.
Yeah, and he just kind of rolled out of bounds, and then he held the ball up to the ref, and he was like, hey, look, I caught this, and the ref just kind of agreed with him.
And now he's getting some attention on the sidelines. May have come up injured.
I think he may have came down hard, maybe knocked the breath out of him or something.
And Howard jumped off sides anyway. That was a free play.
That's twice now on 4th down that the Bulldogs have jumped off sides and given Blue Ridge a free play, which is just something you can't do, especially in, like, just if you want to win football games, that's just something you can't do.
1st and 10 for Blue Ridge from their own 29-yard line as they do move the ball to the 29. Goodman will be split out wide to the left, 2 receivers up top. Walker in the backfield along with Finnan, the quarterback, who drops back 3 steps, looks across the middle, flushed out of the pocket. He's going to have to run. Tucks it to the near side and throws it out of bounds. He might have been past the line of scrimmage when he did, and there's the flag. As he did try to fire it out of bounds just to get it away, but he was at least a foot, 2, maybe 3 across the line of scrimmage. And
it's either past line of scrimmage or intentional grounding, because he was outside the pocket.
And
so I'm curious what this will be.
The officials are talking about it. You're right. It could go either way.
It could almost be both.
It could be both.
I mean, because he went to the line, and then it was almost like he realized he was over the line, and then went laterally, like parallel with the yard line, and then decided there's nothing there and just went and threw it out of bounds.
I'm curious, what would they do if there was both? Would Howe have to accept one or the other?
I think we're going to find out.
I guess so.
That's where we need Blizzard.
I think that may be what they're talking about. Paul Wood, the referee.
So, legal forward pass.
And that, I guess, is the call. A legal forward pass. Past the line of scrimmage. So they'll place the ball back to the 34-yard line.
5-yard penalty, okay.
2nd down and 15. Handoff, Walker, left side. Gets through the line of scrimmage. A lot of white jerseys, and he's still fighting his way down to the 26-yard line, maybe the 25. Big run of 9 yards for Walker, and he got about 6 of them after the first contact.
He really did. I thought he was going to go down initially, but he just kept churning those legs. He's not a big guy, but doesn't go down easily.
Hal may have jumped off sides again. This time they blow it dead. It could. Oh, it's going to be a false start against Blue Ridge this time.
Trying to get too cute, trying to go too fast, and
that's the longest false start call I've ever seen in my life. The side judge over there gave the motion. I don't even know that I can do it once, but he did this what seemed like 5 minutes in a row. He's getting his exercise in with his shoulders.
I missed a workout this morning. Let me just kind of.
Yeah.
He's just really trying to emphasize how false of a start it was.
Right, exactly, yeah. That start was that was a very false.
It's extra false.
It's extra false. Ball at the 30. Handoff. Walker hit. Bounces out of that tackle. Lowers his shoulder down to the 15-yard line. It was an attempted tackle, I guess you'd call, by Ryken Cross. He tried to put his shoulder at his knees, and Walker said, "I don't think so, son." Kept going for another 7-8 yards.
Here they go quickly. After the big gainer, they go quick.
Finnan wants to throw down the sidelines. Knocked down. A great play by Howe, and that is Eli Stoner, who knocked it down at about the 4-yard line. That one appeared to be an easy pickings touchdown, but Stoner came out of nowhere and batted it down hard with both hands.
Stoner playing center field. That did his job as a safety. Come over there and knock it away.
Second down and 10. Handoff Walker, picking and choosing the way to go. Breaks out of tackles, fighting his way down to the 10-yard line. Ninth play of the drive coming up for Blue Ridge. 8:04 on the clock here in quarter number 2. They lead 14-0.
Another third down here.
Got to keep them out of the end zone. 2 receivers right, 1 left is Gaddis. Finnan wants to throw, flushed out of the pocket, throws it right side in the end zone, and it's going to be caught for a touchdown. And on the far side, I think is the receiver Jacob Contreras, who brought it in about 5 yards deep in the end zone in the far corner.
It was a corner route, and Finnan just did a good job of placing that. And he able to maintain possession as he fell to the ground. Did a good job. I thought maybe it would have come out.
Cheatham on for the PAT. Looks good. It is 21-0. Blue Ridge Tigers in the lead at home over Howe. 7:44 left to go in the second. We'll be right back.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
Welcome back as the Bulldogs trail Blue Ridge 21-0 with 7:44 left to go in quarter number 2. And we're just about ready for the Tech Wave kickoff as Gaddis will do the chores. Left-footed kicker bangs it towards the sidelines. Going to be caught. Caden Thomas is just destroyed as soon as he took the football. I mean, Hunter Dyer just lit him up and threw him backwards. But Howe will have the ball at their own 40-yard line to start this drive with 7:40 on the clock. It was Kingdom Inflatables 9-play, 73-yard drive by Blue Ridge that ended on a 10-yard touchdown pass from Finnan to Contreras, which gives us our new score, 21-0, Blue Ridge in the lead. And now Howe, with Knox Boundsless, will come back out here.
Is Knox Bounds, is he sitting on the bench all the way across there? I can't see. I think he is.
5th drive for Howe in the first half. Handoff Alcorn, left guard, nothing doing there. Got back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and 10.
That's one thing Alcorn's got to be aware of. You know, he's not taking a lot of hits as far as running the ball, so he's got to be sure he secures the ball. He had the fumble in the last drive. So if he wants to stay in there, he's going to have to secure the ball when he runs.
Ryland Strong split out wide to the right. Reich and Cross split out wide to the left, awaiting the play call coming in from the sideline. And the offensive line rushes to the line of scrimmage. Pistol look this time with Bender. First time we've seen this tonight. Man goes in motion. Reich and Cross behind Alcorn, who gets the carry, and he's brought down behind the line of scrimmage. That's the pistol for you.
Just too slow developing for the... And Will Ingram is down, and I think he's holding his knee.
He does get up, and he's going to make his way over to the sidelines, and he is gimpy. Not sure knee, ankle. You know, he's got that ankle all taped up. Did rehab all week, 3 times a day to try to get back tonight. Maybe he'll make it back, but he throws his helmet down, rips it off as he hit the sideline and threw it down. 3rd down and 12 for Howe coming up with 6:45 on the clock here in quarter number 2, trailing 21-0. Bender drops back, 5 steps, sets up the screen, caught by Ryland Strong. Middle of the field, he's going to have a first down on the Blue Ridge side of the field at the 48-yard line. Perfectly executed, beautiful screen.
That's the way you do it right there. It seems like Bender has had so many times almost jump to find his receiver. That time he was able to hit Strong right in stride.
Right on the seam on the right side of the field. 1st and 10, 6:20 on the clock. Bender, another pistol look. Alcorn right behind him.
Oh boy, the pistol look.
Man in motion. Reich and Cross, handoff. Alcorn. This time he breaks through for a moment. Is hit at about the 30 or 45-yard line. They'll give him the 44. So a gain of 4 for Alcorn sets up 2nd down and 6.
It looks like a solid run because it's 4 yards, but he got the ball, 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. 2 yards really behind Bender.
Yeah, that's just. I'm just not a fan of the. I mean, anyone who listens to this knows I'm not a fan of the pistol, unless you have Herschel Walker or Bo Jackson back there. Man in motion, high snap goes over the head of Bender, a race for it. And falling on it is Alcorn, but way back at the 31-yard line. Huge loss.
And it kind of just looked like, the Super Bowl play, the Broncos and the Seahawks, way back at that very first play where they just sent the ball right out of the back of the end zone. It just kind of looked like that same deal, and it's such a big loss.
Aiden Torres is the center, and he's not really had a lot of bad snaps this season. But that just went right over the head of both Alcorn and Bender.
Al's got a long way to go here. They got to get to Farmersville to pick this up. Here's another pass that's going to hit maybe a lineman in the back. It was intended for Reich and Cross. I think it hit Aiden Torres maybe in the back, and it falls incomplete, and it's 4th down. And they will not reach Farmersville.
Man, that bad snap just really set you back. And now you give a Blue Ridge offense 4.5 minutes to go.
7-play drive will end in a punt by Ryland Strong. It's a low end-over-end kick, going to bounce at the Blue Ridge 45-yard line. Still takes a good, nice roll for Howe. And will be killed dead at the 40, where Blue Ridge will start their next possession. With 4:23 on the clock here in the second quarter, leading Howe 21-0.
Quick scoring update here in District 7. Callisburg over SNS 35-0 in the second quarter. 37-0 Gunner over Leonard.
So it appears Callisburg is on their way to the playoffs.
Correct.
The only way Bells would make it into the playoffs is if Howe won tonight And trailing 21-0 with 4:23 left to go in the second. Things don't look blisteringly good for Howe. Handoff near side, Walker trying to find the corner, does. 40, 45, out of bounds at the 50-yard line. First down run for Blue Ridge on first down. And they'll say Walker stepped out at the 49-yard line, so big run there.
Got him running downhill and just able to just get around that corner and tightrope those sidelines.
Finnan in the gun. Drops back, maybe a step or two, quickly finds Gaddis. Stiff-arming a man down the field. Has enough for the first down, but there's a flag down in the secondary.
But that's going to be face mask.
They'll say Gaddis went down at the 37-yard line in Howe territory, but let's check the flag. Officials are talking about it, and now Paul Wood will make his way over there.
I was really impressed with Gaddis on that route running. Went 10 yards, stopped on a dime, turned around. The ball was waiting for him.
Still no word from the officials. Face mask, you called it.
Yep.
On Howe. So I got to tell you a story about this field over here. We played a very important youth football game way back in the day over here in Blue Ridge. And I was bringing Malin over here. He was in the back seat. Had his jersey and shoulder pads on, ready to go. He placed the ball down at the 22-yard line. Snap back to Finnan. Wants to throw over the middle. Intercepted at the 2-yard line. Riken Cross coming near side. Can this go 98? He's at the 20. He's at the 30. He's at the 40. 50. 40. Look out. Riken Cross to the 25. Has to stop at the 18-yard line and is slung down at the 16. Flag down around the 30, and we'll have to check the flag. But when Riken Cross gets the ball in his hands with open space, it's almost like, can he do it?
We all got up out of our seats.
I normally don't sit down during a broadcast, but for that series I was, and I rose up pretty quickly.
And I had my hands up, and I mean, there was open field and good hustle by Blue Ridge. Liam Finnan just did everything he could to slow Cross down, and then the rest of the crew was able to come and bring him down. But there's flags all over the field. The ball was overthrown. They were trying to get down the receiver down the seam. Overthrew it, and Cross was able to intercept it.
Yeah, they were trying to hit Andrew Harris over the middle. Overthrew him, and Riken Cross was right there. So while there's a delay, the officials are sorting this out. There may be a timeout on the field. Let's talk about that that big youth football game over here.
Yes.
Got all the way in the parking lot. Malin's in the back seat, shoulder pads and all, everything ready to go. Malin, where's your shoes? So I had to call Michelle and say, hey, I need you to go to Howe, pick up shoes, come back over here. And I know that's a story Malin loves for me to tell. Malin, did you bring your shoes over here tonight?
10 yards from the small. I did. And you know what? I still balled out in that game. They were triple teaming a guy with no shoes. Can you imagine that?
3:44 on the clock. We're in the second quarter.
Man, the Walkers with forgetting things at the stadium. Cords, shoes.
Yeah. yeah. I can't say a whole lot.
Yeah, y'all aren't gonna have my headphones if you forget your cables.
Yeah, what are we going to do when Jake is not here to save us? I got to really think about things when we travel.
There was more than once, I think, where I actually saved the broadcast.
You saved us in Gunner in 2022
right.
Because Verizon does not work in Gunner, we found out.
Yeah.
Snap back, Bender, handoff, Alcorn. Finds a little seam for a moment, gets down to the 30-yard line. The penalty brought the ball back to the 38-yard line. And
the penalty looked like it was during the return.
So about an 8-yard gain for Alcorn. 7 yards at least. Man in motion, the Mad Honduran. Handoff, Alcorn trying to bounce it out left, slung down call. Might have got back to the line of scrimmage, which was the 31-yard line. And Caden Thomas will check out. Ryken Cross checks into the game.
Brody Goodman at that outside linebacker spot just would not let Alcorn really get past the line of scrimmage to get upfield. Did a good job pursuing him, bringing him down immediately. The Bulldogs got to be in 4-down territory here.
3rd down and 3. Alcorn to the left. Man in motion again. And this time a quick pass out. Going to be caught. Ryken Cross goes down immediately, but has a first down around the 25-yard line.
Well, and this is where Howe struggled, is just getting close and just not being able to finish off the drive.
Boy, if they could throw those quick passes for 6 on both sides of the ball, they can move down the field quickly. And we've seen that from so many other teams that Howe has played. Really?
You don't necessarily have to get it all downfield. Yeah, you can try these little underneath routes and just these quick passes. 2-minute warning.
2-minute warning. We'll take a quick timeout. 1:59 on the clock, 21-0. Blue Ridge in the lead. We'll be right back.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger!
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Nathan Garibay split out wide to the left and flags before this 1st and 10 play can get underway.
And this is where it starts.
False start against Howe. So behind the sticks we go with 1:59 left to go in the first half. Howe, if they can score here, will get the football first to start the second half. But you're not going to be able to score here if you false start and continually play behind the sticks. That's what they do here. They back it up to the 29-yard line. And they're trying to reset the clock to 2 minutes instead of 1:59, put another second up on the clock. And now we've got 20 minutes. And now we've got 2 minutes.
That's how the first quarter felt.
Yeah, that was. So here we go, 1st and 15. Man in motion from left to right. Bender wants to throw under pressure. Walker coming right at him, and he heaves it down the field out of bounds. The closest receiver was right. Is that?
I think that's Garibay.
I think it is Garibay. I wanted to say Rylan. No, it's somewhere in between those two. And it was Garibay. It'll be 2nd down and 15 with 1:53 on the clock. Bender looked like he was going to be able to have some time to pick and choose a receiver, but Walker came on a dead sprint from his linebacker position. 2nd down and 15. Bender wants to throw in his face again and does get it away. That ball probably should have been dropped, but it was caught on the far side. And because it was caught, it's about a 5-yard loss.
He kind of double hitched there for a second, just double pumped. And right as he goes down, he's able to get rid of it. But was that Strong that caught the ball?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell from.
No, it wasn't Strong.
It wasn't Strong. It was It might have been Garibay again.
But he caught it, and you're right. He should have found incomplete because then they went back farther.
So ball now at the 35-yard line. Third down in Farmersville again. Cross goes in the backfield, swing pass to him. It spins out of one tackle, coming to the near side. No, now bounces out, going far side. He's got the line of scrimmage and goes out of bounds there. It's going to be 4th down and 20. Again, for all you old-timers out there, you know, I used to say Tony Dorsett, and I'd still say that all the time, but I'm starting to figure out not everybody even knows who Tony Dorsett is even these days. So then I say Napoleon Kaufman, and they still don't know who that is.
You need to go something a little bit more current.
Yeah, but you don't see those types of running backs anymore.
No.
You know, all the running backs are 6'1", 225, 235. You don't have those nimble creatures anymore. So it'll be 4th down and 20. And you said earlier, 4 down territory. And even at 4th and 20 at the Blue Ridge 34-yard line. And now a timeout has been called by Howe. We'll take 1-2. 21-0, Blue Ridge in the lead with $1:34 left to go in the second. We'll be right back.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
Bender, a screen pass over the middle, going to be caught, but brought down almost immediately. And that is Cross, who made the catch at the 33-yard line, but that, my friends, will be a turnover on downs.
I wonder why you don't just go long, just tell Riley Strong, go long and throw it up to you and see if you can just out-athlete the DB.
Yeah, I guess.
One-on-one coverage. And if it's intercepted, it's like a long punt.
Yeah.
I mean, give your athletes a chance, I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah. I guess they think their odds are just to get the ball into Ryken Cross's hands and let him do the rest.
Which I get. I mean, but when you throw a screen or a little drag right across the middle, 2 yards upfield, that's not going to get you the first down.
Ball at the 33. Finnan wants to throw. Deep ball, middle of the field, caught by Gaddis. There you go. Off to the races, down to 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Blue Ridge. One play, 67 yards.
Exactly what you didn't want to happen. 1:19 to go. And one play. Strong got beat on a post play. Gaddis got really good footwork in his route running. And left Strong behind, and it was a perfect bullet from Finnan to Gaddis.
Do you think that young man will play on Saturdays?
I think so.
I think so, too. He's pretty impressive. Cheatham on for the PAT. It looks up, and it looks true. 28-0. Blue Ridge in the lead. 1:19 left to go in the second. We'll be right back.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
1:19 on the clock here in quarter number 2 in Blue Ridge, and they lead 28-0. Awaiting a tech wave kickoff by Gaddis after he just got through catching a 68-yard touchdown from Finnan. Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap, one play, 67 yards. Brings us our new score of 28-0. Blue Ridge in the lead. Gaddis will kick off. 6 yards away from the ball, boots it away. A high kick. Somebody's got to get on it. Blue Ridge catches it in the air, and a flag is down. 2 flags are down. Who came up with the ball?
Walker.
He looked like a high jumper or a pole vaulter. It was about 10 feet up in the air to get that football.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why the play was.
Well, the Howe player, I couldn't see who it was trying to call a fair catch.
Oh, okay.
And as he's calling a fair catch, Walker comes out of nowhere and intercepts the ball. Intercepts the return, the catch.
Well, then that's a smart play by the Howe player to call a fair catch right there. It's just good football awareness.
So it appears Howe will have the football. And they'll be moving left to right at the tail end of this second quarter, which has this first half is, we're about an hour and 15 minutes into it. Huge moon tonight. If you happen to step outside early when we got here, it was creeping up across the crest and it was a bright yellow. Now it's pretty white up there, big, huge. I don't think it's a full moon tonight, technically. Penalty is going to go against Blue Ridge, which will move the football up for Howe, which is a good situation with a minute 19 left to go in the first half.
I guess that was maybe illegal touching. You can't touch the ball.
I think I saw the motion for personal foul, maybe? I don't know, but I think it would be illegal touching would be the call.
Because he called for the fair catch,
right.
He didn't get a chance to catch it.
Or would it be like fair catch interference?
Well, it gives the ball to Howe at the 40, at the Blue Ridge 42, either way.
Bender rolls out right, wants to throw, looking down the field, trying to find his receiver. It falls incomplete. He was trying to find Reichenkrantz. And he just overthrew him just a little bit, led him a little bit too far. And the ball actually, I think if Cross was able to haul it in, he would have been out of bounds. And that takes 7 seconds off the clock at 1:12. It'll be second down and 10.
Yeah, if you're Howe, you may just want to run this clock. I mean, I guess I get it. You're at their 42. You want to be aggressive. Last game of the season, try to score, but 3 incompletes. You still probably have a minute left, and Blue Ridge can score quickly.
Bender is going to keep it himself around the left edge. He's going to be slung down right at the line of scrimmage. Caught from behind. Brought down by Birch, the defensive end, just on a dead sprint. It'll be third down and 10. Clock winding at 54 seconds. Bender drops back, wants to throw for a moment. Now he's going to run, picks up maybe 5 yards to set up a fourth down.
Bulldogs are staying aggressive. They were moving quickly on that last play.
I mean, it's the last game of the year, so
yeah.
I mean, what do you have to lose?
And knowing Coach Smith, he's going to play every play like it's its last.
They'll say he stepped out at the 40, so it'll be 4th and 8. Again, 46 seconds on the clock. And they're going to go for it here. As y'all mentioned, Bender rolls right, wants to throw on the run, almost intercepted. It falls incomplete, as I think the intended receiver was Ryken Cross, right at the sticks, but it'll be a turnover on downs, and Blue Ridge will have another shot with 40 seconds.
There may have been some miscommunication on that route because it was intended for Cross, but it was way in front of him, and just wasn't a good pass. I don't know if maybe the right route or they're on the same page.
First and 10 for Blue Ridge, right to left. As a moment ago, they had the same situation and scored on a one-play drive. Walker now looks like he's going to get the snap. He does. And he's going to keep it up the middle. He's got a wide open lane. He could be gone. To the 30, to the 20. Walker is going to take it to the house. 60 yards.
I told you. I told you. Probably want to run that clock out. I get it. You want to be aggressive, but you're giving time for this Blue Ridge team, and they can score at just like that.
Found a wide open lane. He was shot out of a cannon. Cheatham on for the kick, and it's good. 35-0. Blue Ridge in the lead with 30 seconds left to go before the half. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join. Go Dogs!
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
Your scoring drive recap, Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap for Blue Ridge. One play, 60 yards. Jacob Walker took the snap and just ran up the middle. And Blue Ridge now leads 35-0 with 30 seconds remaining in the first half. Gaddis on for the Tech Wave kickoff, left-footed kicker. They bring everybody up. And this one's going to be a kick to the middle of the field. Taken at the 38-yard line by Kendall O'Brien, and whistles. What were the whistles for that stopped the play?
I'm not sure.
Why
I don't think he called for a fair catch.
Well, if he did, there should be a flag down because he took off running. So I have no idea why they stopped play right there.
2 kickoffs in a row where they've just stopped at mid-play. Okay.
Interesting. Okay, well, Howe will have the football at their own 39-yard line.
Monty, I did do a little research on Caleb Gaddis. He is going to play on Saturdays. He's committed to SFA.
Okay.
The Lumberjacks.
There you go. Ryland Strong will be split out wide to the right. Howe moving left to right from our vantage point. I believe that is Garibay up at the top. Nope, that's Braxton Buttery, who's split out wide left. Alcorn will stand to the right side of Bender. And now whistles before. And Blue Ridge has called a timeout. We'll take 1-2. 27 seconds left to go in the first half. 35-0. Blue Ridge leads. We'll be right back.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Handoff to Alcorn as we're getting cut short by Paul Wood on timeouts there. Gain of 9 up to the 49-yard line.
And that may be it.
And that will be the end of the first half. Not a good one. Flat out, not a good one.
No.
So we got a good halftime show for you, though. And what we'll do when we come back, so we've got Lauren Ketching for the Bandsman of the Week. And we have, let me see, this, what is it, Volleyball Presley Powell for the Lady Bulldogs Spotlight. So got a good one. We'll see you on the backside.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. Now let's join Monty Walker with this week's Bandsman of the Week.
This week's Bandsman of the Week is Lauren Ketching, the drum major. You've always wanted to be different from your sisters, but here you are. Drum major, homecoming queen. You know, you're really not different. You know that, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure of doing my own things throughout high school because they did everything, and so do I. Obviously, we haven't been that different in many aspects, but it has been a blessing to have those big shoes to fill, and I'd say that we have all done pretty good at keeping on the legacy of the Catching Sisters.
So the position of drum major keeps you pretty busy. Could you still pick up the flute if need be?
It would be a little shaky, but yes, I could still pick up the flute. I have to whenever concert season starts. Our first concert will be the Christmas concert, and so it is coming up, and I will have to pick up the flute and play some little notes again.
Tell us about your role in CDE. First of all, what is CDE?
So I am heavily involved in FFA as well as band, and CDEs are career development events in FFA, and I have had the pleasure of being a part of 2 national qualifying teams and being a state high individual on both of those teams, one of them being dairy cattle my sophomore year and then home site my junior year, and then senior year I will be doing livestock judging and land judging.
When it comes to showing animals and how the name Catching is synonymous with that, what are you showing this year?
This year I am showing 3 steers, and then I also have 2 goats, one being a wether and then one being a doe.
So you're up in the ante. You tried something new last year with the goat, and I guess you're doubling down.
Yes, it went pretty well. We went to Houston for the first time with a goat, and I got pulled, but unfortunately didn't place from there. But getting pulled even was a big accomplishment being the first year, so I'm excited to see where this year goes.
You're listening to the All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights Bandsman of the Week with Lauren Catching. We'll be right back.
All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
You're listening to the All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights Bandsman of the Week with Lauren Catching. Miss Liz grew up with the name Cavender, which were neighbors to the Catchings. Y'all really have a special relationship, don't you?
Yes, I have grown up with her being kind of like an aunt to me. I joke that her name is Aunt Angie outside of school hours, and it's going to be really sad whenever I graduate this year and have to leave her behind and have to leave the whole Pride of Howe behind, because I have really grown to love this program over the past 6 years, and it has really been something that I just have enjoyed and have enjoyed being with her.
Now, last year she called you Aaron and had to take you to city limits. Has she done that this year?
She has not. I guess she learned her lesson.
Tell us about this year's show.
This year's show is called The Elements of Art. It is something different from what we usually have done. We have lots of moving parts this year with props that open in the last movement of our show. The music is really intricate, and each part just mixes together with how well it should. And it is just a really intricate and detailed show that we have worked on very hard.
This band keeps advancing and keeping the legacy alive. Is there any pressure at all when it comes to that?
There definitely is pressure whenever it comes to keeping the legacy alive in the Pride of Howe band. This band has made it to state every year that they are pretty much able to, although it is now every single year you can make it to state now rather than every other year. So the legacy will continue working, and hopefully it will continue working in the way that we hope it does.
Tell us about what this band has accomplished so far.
This band has accomplished so much. I'm very proud of this year's group. We have definitely worked very hard and come a long ways as a group. It started off pretty shaky with new people coming in and with trying to figure out who belonged where, but it has definitely evolved into what it needs to be.
So is this a band that can make it to the place you don't talk about? Oh, wait a minute.
We have made it to the place we don't talk about, so we can now talk about it. We have definitely made sure to say the word state lots of times this week. After this Saturday, after area, we have definitely used the S word a lot.
Let's clarify the S word there, state, okay? Last question. Texas Tech or A&M?
Unfortunately, I am going to have to go with Tech. Another reason I am following in my sister's footsteps. As they both went to Texas Tech, I do plan to go there. My dad has tried to talk me into A&M a few times, but has told me that he will be happy and proud of me either way I go.
That's your Bandsman of the Week, Lauren Ketching.
Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Let's join Monty Walker with the Anchors Boat and RV Storage Lady Bulldog Spotlight.
This week's Lady Bulldog Spotlight is Presley Powell. Presley, when did you start school and how?
I started in 2nd grade.
And where were you before?
Flower Mound in Louisville.
Any big differences between Louisville and Howe and the school system?
Howe is a lot smaller.
When did you start playing volleyball?
I started in 3rd and then started select in 5th grade.
Do you remember who your first coach was in 3rd grade?
I think it was Coach Don.
Okay. Was it hard fitting in as a freshman, or was it just in the beginning? Talk about that.
It was harder in the beginning, but it got better over the season. It was a lot easier and more fun at the end of the season.
Well, you're not the only freshman on varsity volleyball, so that's got to make it a little bit easier, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of my freshman friends are on varsity too, so it was fun.
New head coach, Terry Lambert, how's that working out?
He was hard on us, but I really like Coach Lambert.
As a freshman, is there a classroom adjustment from middle school?
It's a lot more work, especially with being on varsity too.
What's your hardest class?
AP, Human Geography.
So what's your favorite? Who is your favorite teacher?
Miss Dobbs, my Spanish teacher.
You know, a lot of our volleyball spotlight says Miss Dobbs. Yeah. And what is it about Miss Dobbs?
I just like her classroom, and she's just funny and tells us stories and stuff.
All right, that's Presley Powell. We're going to take a quick time out, and we'll be right back.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
You're listening to the Lady Bulldogs Volleyball Spotlight with Presley Powell. This volleyball program's future looks very bright. You've got freshmen, you've got sophomores, you've got some juniors that'll come back next year. Talk about the future of this program.
I think we can do really good and hopefully make playoffs later seasons. But also, all of us in off season are also doing club volleyball, so we have a lot of space for improvement.
So I think y'all have a chance to be really good over the next 3 years. In your life, who is someone that you look up to?
My mom.
And what is it about your mom?
She's just always there. And
any siblings?
I have a younger sister in 7th grade and 2 step siblings.
And I know you're a freshman, but have you thought about life after Howe High School for Presley Powell?
I want to go to a law school and end up being an attorney.
Have you thought about what maybe college you want to go to?
No, not really. There's a lot of options.
But regardless, if you're wanting to do law, you're going to be in school for a long time.
Yes.
All right, that's your Lady Bulldogs Volleyball Spotlight with freshman Presley Powell.
Tonight's Lady Bulldog Spotlight has been brought to you by Anchors Boat and RV Storage. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Now let's go back to the stadium with Justin White, Malin Walker, Jake Roberts, and Stephen Braswell.
Welcome back. It's 35-0 at the half. Blue Ridge on top here in Blue Ridge, Texas. Jake Roberts alongside Malin Walker. Well, obviously, that's not how you want a half to go if you're a Bulldog fan. But, I mean, as far as a game like this goes, I know Howe's already knocked out of playoff contention. Where do you go from here? Like, what do you look to see in the second half, and then what do you maybe even take to next year if you're a player?
Well, I kind of like the premise of this question. what you want to take away from this is you want to know who your guys are, right? You're not playing for a playoff spot. You're really playing for pride. And, you're losing a lot of your senior assets. So you want to kind of utilize those assets one final ride and use that aggression that maybe for that last ride to just kind of put it all out on the field. That's what you want. You want your product to be put out on the field, and that's what needs to happen this second half.
Yeah, and maybe kind of a preseason game per se of what we might see next year. No word on Knox Bounds, but my assumption is that he probably wouldn't return in this one, and so you're kind of getting a look at Jaden Alcorn. And you never know if that's your guy next year, and you're kind of getting to see that. And as from a coach's perspective, it's just a game where maybe you can look and say, hey, this is going to be someone who is going to improve in the offseason, and they're going to fill a gap next year along with, well, hey, seniors, you got one half of football left. Go play football.
That's right. And, with Knox, the thing you got to consider is that Knox is one tough human being. He has what looks to be a knee injury, but he might realize that this is his final half, and he might just go out there and play regardless.
Yeah,
he's just one tough son of a gun.
Yes. So I think we will take a quick break, and we'll be right back for some Stats with Braz. We'll be right back.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger!
Welcome back to Blue Ridge, Texas. The Tigers hold a 35-0 lead over the Bulldogs at the half. I guess it's time for a little bit of stats with Braz. So
yes, sir.
This is your last halftime.
This is my last halftime.
Doing stats. So you just want to go ahead.
I wish I had some better news for my last halftime, but it's been a little rough as far as Howe, as far as offense stats go. Right now, looking at the passing between Bender and Strong's one pass. They're 10 for 18 with 65 yards only. Rushing's 20 rushes for 7 yards so far.
Wow. Yeah, that's really definitely a factor of bounds going out early in this
Exactly, it is. Just 72 yards total in the first half. That's from the team standpoint. From the Blue Ridge standpoint, a little different. They're actually 10 of 16 passing, 193 yards, 16 rushes for 144 yards. They've got 14 first downs for the first half and 337 yards total in the first half.
So that's pretty much polar opposites for both squads tonight.
Yes, you're right. Individual stats for the Bulldogs, rushing-wise, Alcorn is actually leading the team, 10 rushes, 17 yards. Bounds, before he went out, had 4 for 12. And Bender's had it rough because he had a couple sacks in there. He's actually got 6 rushes for -22 at the time. Passing wise, like I mentioned, we were 10 for 18. Strong actually attempted one pass early on the halfback pass.
Yes, yeah.
And so 10 for 18 for 65 yards. Receiving wise, you have Cross with 7 for 36 yards. Strong 2 for 35 yards. And Garibay, which is the first time I've said his name all year.
So I guess maybe a first catch of the year?
Yeah, one catch for -6 yards on that. It's going to the Blue Ridge Tigers, rushing wise. Walker, 13 rushes, 137 yards, 1 touchdown. Lennon from Blue Ridge, 3 rushes, 7 yards. Had a fumble in that. Receiving wise, you got Gaddis, 6 for 6 receptions, 129 yards, 1 touchdown. Lindbergh, 3 for 54 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Contreras, 1 catch, 10 yards, 1 touchdown. That's where the quarterback, Lim, 10 of 16. He does have 4 TDs, but he's also got one interception.
The interception,
to Strong. But yeah, so far it's been pretty much all Blue Ridge.
Yeah, all Blue Ridge in this one. I mean, that's reflective of the score, 35-0. So I guess we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with some Blue Ridge highlights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger!
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce, and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go Dogs!
Welcome back. We are at the half, and we have some highlights for you. We will start from the beginning, if I can get the board to work here. Sometimes it doesn't like to cooperate with me. We will have another board next year. Okay. We may not have Jake, and we may not have Braz, but we're going to have a new board. Not that we're kicking anybody out. If you're just joining us, they're both leaving our broadcast next year. Jake's going to be in Pottsboro doing play-by-play, and Braz is going to be in Vegas every other weekend. So let's start at the top. Blue Ridge got the football first to start this football game. It took them 2 plays to score, and it was a 44-yard touchdown from Finnan to Lindbergh.
Finnan, the quarterback, actually Walker, another direct snap. Some trickery here. Finnan lined up in the slot. He's going to throw it deep down the field. Wide open and all alone.
In for the score was the freshman Limburg. It was 2 plays, 52 yards. Gave us our first score, 7-0, with 11:26 left to go in the first. Howe turned it over on downs on their first possession. Blue Ridge took it at the Howe 40-yard line, and another Finnan to Limburg touchdown. Is up, and it is snap back. Finnan wants to throw. Right side, deep in the end zone for Limburg. It's caught about 8 yards deep. That's another touchdown for Blue Ridge, and they flash their light show. 16 yards on the pass and catch from Finnan to Lindbergh. Their back-to-back connections made it 14-0 after a 6-play, 40-yard drive. Howe turned it over on downs again, and then both teams punted. Blue Ridge fumbled. It was Lennon who fumbled, and then Alcorn fumbled on the next possession for Howe. Bounds is out of the game, by the way. He was injured. And then Blue Ridge took a 9-play, 73-yard drive that ended on a 10-yard touchdown to Contreras. And wants to throw, flushed out of the pocket, throws it right side in the end zone, and it's going to be caught for a touchdown. 21-0 our score at that point, 7:44 on the clock in the first quarter. That was the second quarter, actually. And then Howe punted, and then a big play by Riken Cross. Snap back to Finnan. Wants to throw over the middle. Intercepted at the 2-yard line. Riken Cross coming near side. Can this go 98? He's at the 20. He's at the 30. He's at the 40. 50. 40. Look out. Riken Cross to the 25. Has to stop at the 18-yard line and is slung down at the 16. Howe ended up turning the ball over on downs on that possession. Blue Ridge got it back. 1 play, 67-yard touchdown. Ball at the 33. Finnan wants to throw. Deep ball, middle of the field, caught by Gaddis. There you go. Off to the races, down at the 20. 10, 5. Touchdown, Blue Ridge. That made it 28-0. Howe turned it over on downs. Their next possession gave it back to Blue Ridge with 40 seconds remaining on the second quarter clock. He does. He's going to keep it up the middle. He's got a wide open lane. He could be gone. To the 30, to the 20. Walker is going to take it to the house. 1 play, 60 yards. And that made it 35-0, and that was our halftime score as we come back to action here at Tiger Stadium in Blue Ridge, Texas. And Howe's going to get the football first to start this second half. And it will be Gaddis to do the kicking chores on the Tech Wave kickoff. Back deep, Riken Cross. And Ryland Strong, but I doubt it gets anywhere near them, as Gaddis has been kicking short most of the night. Another short kick. And the Mad Honduran makes the fair catch at the 40-yard line, and Howe will start there, moving left to right from our vantage point here in Blue Ridge, Texas. This is a north and south field, so I believe that's right. Howe will be heading south. Let me get my bearings about me. Let's see. This is yes, they'll be heading south. It's a north-south field.
You probably could have just asked Malin that.
Yeah, true. Encyclopedia boy.
I did have all that information, but it got cut out during the weather report, and nobody heard it. It was awesome.
Geography man.
Mailer's like, it sounded good to me.
First down at 10. Handoff Alcorn. Had some running room right through the middle, and he gets about 6 yards on first down. Near midfield, about the 47-yard line.
It's the biggest gain for Alcorn all night. I didn't get a chance to hear stats of Braz on who.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah.
Handoff, Alcorn running hard again. Picks up a first down to the 45-yard line. Impressive to see Alcorn coming out, really moving those feet. 11:23 on the clock. By this time in the first quarter, we'd already had a score.
Mm-hmm. Was it 40-something seconds?
36 seconds off the clock.
Well,
34 seconds. Snap back, pistol formation, and flag is down in the backfield. This will be a false start against Howe, and again, it'll be 1st and 15 behind the sticks.
so with Blue Ridge winning tonight, assuming they hold on here, they will get second place in the district, if I'm not mistaken.
They will.
With Leonard being third and Callisburg with the fourth spot.
And District 7 3A Division 2 has a chance to sweep in the first round. Cross goes in motion, but this is a handoff to Alcorn, a big gap on the right side. And he's met after about a 4-yard gain. Again in Blue Ridge territory to the 47-yard line, near the original line of scrimmage on this drive. It'll be second down and 11 coming up, 10:23 on the clock. Large Marge back in the game, so good to see that.
You think about that offensive line, there's 3 seniors, so you're going to have to rebuild that offensive line next season.
Pistol formation, we love that. Here's a toss to Alcorn around the left side, tries to cut it up. He's going to get a yard to the 46. And now Howe's facing a 3rd down and 10. Again, it's the penalties.
Yeah.
That we've had a couple of penalties that put them behind the sticks, and you've had the big fumble. And we talk. These are things we talk about every week. 9:28 on the clock. Pistol formation. Bender wants to throw. Looking right, rolls right, throws it out of bounds, and it's 4th down and 10.
Strong was double covered on that side. And Bender had pretty good protection, just nobody on the backside was open. They were covered pretty well.
The ball still sits at the 46-yard line. Are they going to go for a 4th and 10, or are they going to boot this one away? Clock is stopped with the incomplete pass at 9:19. It appears they're going to go for it here. Try to get back in this football game. Alcorn moves to the right side of Bender, and he wants to throw. Setting up the screen to Ryland Strong in jail. He'll get 3 or 4, but not nearly enough for the first down. And Blue Ridge will take over on downs from their own 43-yard line thereabouts.
Blue Ridge kind of stayed back. They knew that was coming. That it was either going to Strong or Cross. They stayed back, and as soon as Strong got it, they swarm tackled him.
And all year, it seems like once the Bulldogs kind of pass the 50-yard line, they just find a way to go backwards.
You know, Monty, you asked a question earlier in the first half. If Ryland Strong with Bounds leaving, do you think about putting Strong in the backfield? To answer your own question, what do you think?
You know, I've thought about that a lot, and you know, he doesn't look like your typical running back, but he's not much different than Alcorn, to be honest with you. Physique-wise, here's a pass that's almost caught and almost intercepted. It was intended for Gaddis. He couldn't haul it in, and then Riken Cross had a shot at it, but he couldn't haul it in, and it just falls as an incomplete pass. 2nd down and 10 for Blue Ridge at their own 43-yard line, 44-yard line.
They got a nice little wide receiver duo with Gaddis and Lindbergh.
Handoff to the first man through, the only man through, and I think that was that Lennon or Walker? That was neither. That was Santiano, Michael Santiano. Came into tonight with 82 carries, 295 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Lindbergh wants to throw on 3rd down, deep ball, and it's almost intercepted. No penalty flag there. Two defenders for Howe were in the area of the intended receiver, Brody Goodman, and it falls incomplete. It'll be 4th down for Blue Ridge, and we'll see what they elect to do here on 4th and 7 from their own 44-yard line.
Thought they had drawn Howe offsides almost.
They will go for it on 4th down. Finnan wants to throw near side, overshoots Gaddis, and it falls incomplete. And there's a break for Howe as they'll get the football on the Blue Ridge side of the field at the 44-yard line for their second possession of the second half. 8:33 on the clock, but Howe trails 35-0.
Well, and you got to think about Blue Ridge. They're up 35-0. They're going to get to play next week in playoffs. They're still working on some things, trying to just tweak some different things for their offense and defensively.
So Jake Roberts will be leaving our crew. He's got the play-by-play job for Pottsboro. He'll be moving up to Class 3A Division I. He won't be sitting in the stands and bells anymore, or Tioga. And we'll talk about how all that transpired throughout this second half. 1st and 10 for Howe as they sugar huddle here.
You should have some pretty good press boxes.
Pistol formation and a handoff. Alcorn gets through the line of scrimmage, is going to be met at the 45. So a gain of 2 or 3 after what looks like a 6-yard gain, but the pistol, you've got to get that, you got to make up for that gap. So mark it at the 40.
Gunner they didn't do as much this year, but Gunner always did a good job of running that pistol formation. But I think you just got to have certain type of players.
You got to have speed and massive speed in order to be in that position. Here's a quick pass. Ryland Strong makes the catch to the 41-yard line. Not enough for a first down. Will bring up a 3rd and manageable 3, though. We have whistles on the field and an injured player, I believe. Is that what it is? We do have.
It's gonna be Strong, is it?
It may be Strong on his back at the 46-yard line. We'll keep it here. He's going to pop right up, but he is hobbling, not putting any pressure on his left leg at all. Not a good sign as you lose your leading wide receiver and your leading rusher, all in the final game of the year. 7:43 left to go in the third. Howe trailing 35-0 here in Blue Ridge. So about 1994, I get a call from Lynn Burkhead who wants me to do sidelines for KWSM, the Sherman Bearcats. I'm like, okay. I grew up listening to Mark Holtz and Eric Nadell every evening on the back porch, scoring games like every sports nerd would. And so that fascinated me. And the man with Lynn Burkhead, his name was Bob Sullins, and he was actually in charge of the whole thing. As Howe comes to the line of scrimmage on a 3rd and long 3. Bender, handoff, Alcorn, who was in the pistol, is going to be close to a first down. I think he got it. And they will move the sticks as Alcorn gets to about the 7-yard line. So Bob Sullins was doing Sherman Bearcat football, and I did sidelines for the first year, and then they made another deal. K-Lake got the rights to Sherman Bearcat football, and Bill Harrison, the owner of K-Lake, here's a first down and 10, handoff Alcorn, right side. He'll make his way to the 32-yard line. Gain of 5 for Alcorn as Howe's doing a good job of keeping the clock and the chains moving here. So K-Lake hired Chuck Kelly to do play-by-play in his group for that 1995 season. And not sure what happened with Bill Harrison and Chuck Kelly, but Chuck Kelly did not come back for the second year. He got Bob Sullins back for the 1996 season. So Bob Sullins, Lynn Burkhead, and myself. Second down here is a little quick pass out to Reich and cross. Finds the corner, first down. Still trying to turn. He had the first down. Now he may not as he tried to wiggle out of a tackle. I'm not sure he's going to have enough for a first down. Forward possession initially had him, and they may go ahead and mark it. And they do move the sticks.
It's close.
Which might be, I don't know. I think the Bulldogs will take it all day long, but.
So was Lynn the color?
Lynn was play-by-play. Bob was color, although Bob's an amazing play-by-play guy. Handoff Alcorn as they're just sticking with the run right here down to the 19-yard line. And so we go through that, and I'm up in the booth, and I'm spotting all through these years. After that first year of sidelines, I was so terrible that they brought me up in the booth and gave me a spotting job. So 95, 6, 7, 8, I was up in the booth, and I listened to, so I was right there in the booth, much like Jake is right now. Handoff, Alcorn again, I believe, right side to about the 15-yard line. So I got to learn. I got to listen and learn from Lynn Burkhead and Bob Sullins for about 5 years, with the exception of Chuck Kelly for that 1 year, and he's amazing. And so it really groomed me into being able to listen to them every week, and both of them are just so good. And then 1999, Katy Country, KMKT, here is a handoff to Alcorn again around the right side. And some more yardage close to the 10-yard line at about, well, maybe the 13.
Well, they're wearing out Alcorn.
Ninth play of the drive coming up for Howe. 4:33 on the third quarter clock. And so a new broadcast is needed for Denison because KMKT got the rights for Denison Yellow Jackets. So Lynn Burkhead, who was dying to do his hometown Yellow Jacket play-by-play, he gets that job. I go with him as a color analyst. And so for 5 years, here's Bender wanting to throw, rolls out right now, looking in the end zone and just fires it, and it's going to be intercepted in the end zone. He was trying to throw that ball away, and a defender for Blue Ridge came up with a football about 8 yards deep in the end zone. But are they going to rule him out?
No, they're saying touchback. They did talk about it a little bit, but they're calling touchback. I think that's Brian Purser. Bender was trying to throw it away in the back corner of the end zone. Nobody was over there except Purser, and he hawked it down and got the interception. He didn't throw it far enough away. And Purser able to get his feet down before he goes out of bounds. Wow.
So they'll have the ball, at the 20? 25?
Mm-hmm.
20?
I think it's...
Used to be 20.
Yeah, I think they're going to mark it at the 20. I thought it would be 25, but it may be the 20.
So for 5 years, did Denison Yellow Jacket football color analyst. And then K-Lake and that next media group brings on Mad Rock, third radio station. So now they make a deal with McKinney ISD, and they need a play-by-play for McKinney ISD. I end up taking that. Here is Finnan throwing deep down the field, looking for Gaddis. It's intercepted. Eli Stoner down the sideline to the 20 and knocked down right there. I believe that's his fourth interception of the season. There's a late flag that goes way up in the air. That's the first interception by Stoner since, I think, the Bonham game in week 2.
I think there was some push and shove in between.
And now he's a little gimpy, stretching out his right calf or foot. So I say all of that, and I say that whole story, and then did 5 years in McKinney at play-by-play, and did a year at TV with K10 play-by-play for Sherman Denison and McKinney, or Sherman Denison Durant. That's what it was.
Durant too, huh?
And we did one game in Durant. Durant versus Hugo.
Okay.
And So here's young Jake. Back when I started, he wasn't even thought of. And so this guy calls me that old Bob Sullins from way on back, he's now doing Pottsboro games. And we had hired a young man named Jay Lindley, who was my color analyst in McKinney for the first year. And then he moves over to Sherman to take that play-by-play job in 2005. And
all you guys just kind of move around.
I mean, yeah.
Just
and so now Bob's doing Pottsboro. Jay works for him. As Blue Ridge will have the ball after a penalty back at the 10-yard line. Actually, Howe has the football.
Because they got the interception.
Yes, that's Stoner. I've been talking too much.
Yeah, Stoner had the interception, so.
So Howe got the. Let me write this in my book. So Howe has it at the 10 with 3:22. Okay. So I promise you, I'm going to get you there. So Jay Lindley calls me and says, "Hey, who's that kid you have working for you on your broadcast?" And I said, "His name's Jake Roberts." He goes, "He's working at Southeastern, right? I mean, he's going to school at Southeastern, right?" I said, "Yeah." "Do you think he'd want to do some work for us?" I said, "I don't know. I'll ask him." Here's a Bender trying to do it himself, trying to push over the goal line. No indication. I don't think he was able to get in. He may be marked down at the 1. And anyway, I gave him Jake's number. They talked. All of a sudden, Jake's doing some work for Jay Lindley at Southeastern.
Okay.
And now it goes back to Bob at Pottsboro, who's wanting to kind of wind down his career. And Bob asked Jake if he wants to be play-by-play for Pottsboro. So all these years all comes back with other generations.
Yeah, the second generation.
Handoff, Alcorn brought down in the backfield. He's going to lose yardage. Back around maybe the 7-yard line. So Howe looked like they were about to score. It was 3rd and goal from the 7.
But I guess kind of like you, Jake has been sitting here in the
he's
engineer chair and just listening to
He's
listening
taken
to you.
the same type of path that I took, only that he's going straight to play-by-play at, 19, 20 years old?
20. I'll be 21. Well, my first game I'll probably be 20, but I'll about to be 21.
2:08 on the clock, 3rd and goal from the 7. Bender, quick toss, Alcorn trying to find the left edge, going to be shy of the goal line by a couple of yards. They'll mark him at the 2 after about a 5-yard gain.
He can still get a first down if he gets to the first down marker is at the 1.
I've got a light right in my eye and I can't see. It's right at the marker. There's a floodlight over there. I think you're right. It's 2 yards away from the marker and they're way down the field, so I can't see. They're at the 4-yard line. Not the 2, but they're at the 4. So Blue Ridge trying to push them back, stay on them. But Howe trying to punch it in. 1:18 on the clock here in the 3rd. And a timeout's been called. We will take 1-2. 35-0. Blue Ridge in the lead with 1:17 left to go in the 3rd. We'll be right back.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Mainline break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
Here come the Bulldogs. Bender in the gun. Alcorn to his right. Man goes in motion from left to right. Bender barking, drops back 3 steps. Now whistles before this one gets under.
Here we go.
Way.
I mean, it's almost impressive how every time they're in this situation, they find a way to either fumble or have a false start.
False start. So that'll back them up 5, and that'll be 4th and 9. And Justin, I think you're right. You can get a first down right around the 1 yard line or 2 yard line. But now you've got a 4th and 9 with the 1:15 left to go in the third, down 35-0. Bender sends a man in motion, and now another man in motion. And he rolls out right, looks right, under pressure, throws it left, and it's incomplete. And Blue Ridge will take over on downs, and Bender took a big hit, and he's hopping off. And he's not putting much pressure on his right leg.
Yeah, and Ryland Strong as well. I saw him on the outside. He was kind of gimpy throughout that entire play.
The Strong's the backup.
That's what I was going to say. He's your backup quarterback. And Bender is, well, yeah, he's in some pain over on the far sideline.
You've got 13 minutes and 9 seconds to get out of here.
Man. Took a pretty good chunk of the clock there on that drive, though.
It did.
Not a lot of passes thrown.
Well, if you include the interception in that, then yes. There's a handoff up the middle. Blue Ridge will make their way up to the 10-yard line. I think they took the ball at the, where'd they start? At the 4? It's so far down there. No, they took it at the 7, and now they're at the 11. Handoff again, as I think everyone is going to try to chew up some clock and finish the rest of this game. First, the clock stops.
I think there was a flag on the far side.
Was it?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think it may have been a face mask or a face mask against Howe.
I'm surprised by that. The tackler, he kind of like jumped from behind him, like WWE wrestling takedown. I guess he just grabbed the face mask during the tackle.
Well, flag comes in, maybe.
Ball.
I think the flag was thrown to the other official.
Ball at the 30. Handoff again to Santiano around the right side. A lot of running room across the 40 down to the 45 rather. A big run there by the backup running back, Michael Santiano, to the 42-yard line. So we've gone over my situation for the past 30 years or so, 31, 32 years. Handoff Santiano around the right edge. He'll pick up 3 or 4. Justin, let's talk about your broadcasting career. How'd you get into this?
Well, back in about 2008. Well, growing up, I was kind of like you. I kind of like listening to the broadcast, and every once in a while, me and my younger brother do this play.
Second down and 8. Finnan wants to throw. Gaddis wide open. Makes a Willie Mays catch right over his head at the 2-yard line and easily walks in and now takes a bow. .42-yard touchdown from Finnan to Gaddis.
Willie Mays catch.
He might have made Willie Mays blush right there.
That was just right over the shoulder, looking up into the lights. And it was just placed perfectly right into his breadbasket. And there's a flag at the end of that. I wonder if it's some kind of unsportsmanlike. You said he took a bow.
He did take a bow.
I wonder if that's.
And then he handed the ball to the ref, and it ended up bouncing away from the ref. Unsportsmanlike. Is it against Howe or Blue Ridge?
It's against Blue Ridge. Yeah.
Okay. So that brings our score 41-0, awaiting a PAT by Cheatham with 8.9 seconds left on the third quarter clock. Cheatham's kick is up, and it is true. 42-0, our new score. We'll be right back.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Welcome back. Your Kingdom Inflatable Scoring Drive recap was 4 plays for Blue Ridge that went 93 yards. And it was finished by a 42-yard touchdown pass from Finnan to Gaddis, who made an over the head, not over the shoulder, but over the head catch that would have made Willie Mays blush. And our new score, 42-0. With 8.9 left to go in the third. Your Tech Wave kickoff coming up. Blue Ridge is going to have to kick off from their own 25-yard line after the penalty on Gaddis for bowing after he made the touchdown. Can't hardly blame him after a catch like that.
And this is his final home game.
It is.
Even though they'll make the playoffs, but this is last game at home.
He's going to kick off here. And it's going to roll around, and Riken Cross is finally going to have to dive on it at the 45-yard line. So
finish my story.
Yeah.
All right. So growing up, I just we used to watch TV and watch games and try to do turn the sound down, do play-by-play. Me and my youngest brother, and so fast forward 2008, he's wanting to go to school doing broadcast journalism, and the school we're from back in East Texas, Frankston High School. It's over near Tyler, Jacksonville, Athens, that area. It's a little 3A, 2A now. And they asked him, said, "Hey, do you want to do a broadcast?" And he said, "Yes." Yeah. He goes, "You'll just need a partner." And so he called me up and said, "Justin," he said, "this is our break. We've been practicing this all our lives."
Yeah.
And so it was very low budget. And when I say low budget, it wasn't none of this. It was more like conference call, call in and hit a button and listen to a conference call. And that's kind of how we did a broadcast for a while. We did it for a couple of years. We just did home games because you couldn't I guess get on the internet, at away games.
Yeah.
And then did that for a couple of years, and then a radio station called us and said, "Hey, we want to start," we talked about it off air. They wanted to start paying us, and we're like, "Pay us? Like money?"
They had to back up Blue Ridge. There was a penalty on the kickoff, so they're going to kick now again, this time from the 20. And running on late is Purser to the kickoff team. Now he's set. The second Tech Wave kickoff, this one's pretty deep. It's going to go over the head of Riken Cross. He's going to have to go back, pick it up at the 17-yard line. Makes his way up, trying to find the far corner. Trapped, coming back this way. Now he changes his mind again. He's going to go be pinned back at about the 22-yard line. So Gaddis was kind of, he had more in the tank in that leg than what he was showing us early in this football game. So
continue to do it for Frankston. We worked for a radio station and did it for a few years, and then and I'm driving back from McKinney and Dallas area all the way to East Texas every Friday night. That was getting old. But we did that for a few years, and then in 2016, my daughter was born, and so around July, and so I said, you know what, I'm going to take a break. You know, just I have a new kid. I want to be around for her, and so I'm going to take a break from broadcasting. 2017 came around. I said, okay, I want to get back into things, and but I don't want to drive back to East Texas. I want to see if I can find something around here. You know, so I looked at a few smaller schools around the DFW area and looked online and found a school called Howe, and I said, and saw that they had a broadcast, and this guy named Monty Walker was doing the broadcast. So I just texted him and said, or emailed and said, hey, I've done play-by-play, color, sideline, even though sideline was like 1 game, 2 games, you know, but I was like, I can do all that, you know, do you got any spots? And so he said, let me hear some of your stuff, and I sent you an interview and that I did to a coach a long time ago, and you're like, yeah, you're hired, let's do it.
So if I recall, I didn't have a sideline guy at that time, and I said, only thing I got is sideline open, and I'm going to have to buy some sideline equipment because we weren't doing that at the time, and that was 2017. Mm-hmm. Michael Mosier was our color analyst for 14, 15, and 16. Boy, he got some good years, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Stephen Braswell got some good years of that as well. Here's Howe handing off to Alcorn on first down. Might have got back to the line of scrimmage. Started at their own 21-yard line. We're now in the fourth quarter, by the way. We went through the break. So you did. Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I'm talking with my hands, and I hit Jake Roberts right in the face.
But yeah, so we did sideline, and then after a year, you called me up and said Mosher was going to take some time off, and
brought you in the booth.
You go up to the booth. I said sure, and so we've been there ever since.
And then Braswell started with me in 14. So he was 14, 15, 16. Stayed after. Go ahead. You got your mic? Is he potted up?
Stayed until after the 17 season.
Okay.
It was 5 years, whatever it was.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So you had 1 year of Bill Jailing.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
And you said, I've seen enough. I'm out.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
So he missed the 0-22 streak. And then here we go, 2nd down and 9. Handoff Alcorn again. We're going to have the Alcorn show for the remainder of this football game, it appears. He'll gain 2 or 3 yards past the 25.
But, you know, when I did that time with my brother, did play-by-play and color, we just kind of switched back and forth. Occasionally, if he couldn't make it, my dad would do it. So me and my dad would do it. So
really,
do
what was that like?
Oh, it was fun. I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. So you and Malin doing it together, even though it's sideline play-by-play, soak it up. It's fun. It's fun times.
Yeah, let's. And then on Braswell, what was it? Here's a handoff, Alcorn again, this time to the left side. It's going to be close to a first down. I think he's got the first down at the 34-yard line. So they'll move the sticks and keep the clock rolling, which is at 10:56. And Braswell, how many years? I called you back and said, hey, I need it. Oh, because the blizzard left. Blake Burnett got a job, last year?
2 years ago.
2 years ago?
This is my 3rd year back.
Okay. And called Braswell, said, hey, man, I need a stat guy. You want to come back, please? Please. So he came back, thankfully, and has since retired from his job and wants to do some traveling and all of that. So he is going to be retiring after this game again. And so, Malin, let's talk about your story. How'd you get your start, young man?
Well, it all started with a very old and wise man, but mostly old, not so wise. But yeah, he got me started here, and I haven't looked back. That was 2 years ago. Started doing away games, and now I do it full time here.
There you go. And Alcorn hitting the mouth right at the line of scrimmage. And Howe had committed a penalty and went backwards behind the sticks again. So it was 1st and 15, which now will be 2nd down. And if he got to the line of scrimmage, it'll be 15. But he was hit hard.
But you know, one thing I learned when starting broadcasting, you probably learned this too, is that it's fun to do. You enjoy doing it. But a lot of people think it's so easy. And I mean, not that we're doing brain surgery up here, but a lot of people think, oh, you just get on the air and just start talking about sports, and you know, it's no big deal. There's a lot of preparation that goes into this.
There is a lot of preparation.
And then just being able to keep the thing going and keeping it afloat, and the flow through the game, and you know, working with the partner and all that. There's a lot more to it than meets the eye.
And it's really hard when it's 42-0,
mm-hmm.
because then you have to come up with stories about how you got it started and doing all of that, and you know, to kind of keep it interesting, because there's only so many times you can say 3rd down and 14, Howe trails 42-0. Mm-hmm. You know, so you've got to keep the motion going. And as far as the prep work, that's the key to doing mm-hmm. this. You have to put in a lot of hours. And, you know, and I asked on the coaching show how many, you know, how much time do you spend watching film throughout the season and during a week? And it's like 13 hours on Sunday or something like that. Here's the Bender wanting to throw on 3rd down and 13. Reichen cross, wide open, makes the catch at the 30. It's a foot race, and he will win that. It's touchdown time in Texas with 8:31 left in the 3rd, and Howe is on the board.
Cross got behind the coverage, and a great pass from Bender. Rolled to his right and just launched it as far as he could. And that time Cross didn't really have to wait as long for it. The good thing was he got behind the coverage, so he hit it. And then he just needs about 2 or 3 steps and was able to get the end zone for the touchdown.
I said 3rd quarter. It's actually the 4th. 8:31 left to go in the 4th. And the second baseman, Fernando Sanchez, will come on for the PAT. Reichen Cross goes from 70-yard touchdown reception to the holder on the PAT. And now, are there whistles before the PAT?
I think there's a flag.
Are there too many men on the field?
Illegal substitution.
Yeah.
Or too many men on the field. I don't know.
So they'll back it up 5 and try the PAT. And what amounts to a 25-yard PAT for the second baseman. And we only call him the second baseman. Not that he plays baseball. We have no idea, but the name like Fernando Sanchez, that is a second baseman's name. He'll step it off. 3 steps back, 2 steps to the side. Soccer-style kicker, wears the number 6 on his white jersey. And the kick is a low line drive kick that might have sailed to the left, and it did. So our score will remain 42-6 with 8:30 left to go in the ball game and the season. We'll be right back.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
42-6, our new score in Blue Ridge, Texas. Your Tech Wave kickoff is going to be fair caught at the 31-yard line by Blue Ridge. And that's Purser who makes the catch. And they'll have 69 yards to go for their next score. Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap: 6 plays, 78 yards for Howe. It took a lot of time off the clock, about 2.5 minutes off the clock. And the final was a 70-yard touchdown reception by Ryken Cross from Deacon Bender, where he was wide open in the middle of the field.
That's his fourth receiving touchdown of the season, too.
1st and 10 for Blue Ridge, left to right. With 8:30 remaining in the game, we'll send 2 receivers stacked together on the right side. New quarterback into the game and a new running back into the game, and he's going to be pushed back very far. Actually, that's Santiano still in at tailback. We'll have to check the quarterback and see who that is.
We're trying to see. It's Nate
Harris?
Harris?
Nate Harris, it appears, the freshman quarterback. They've got some freshmen on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
2nd down and 13 coming up for Blue Ridge after the 3-yard loss. 7:51 and rolling here in the remainder of the 2025 season. Harris wants to throw. Sidearm pass is incomplete. And the clock will stop at 7:40.
But, again, talking about broadcasting and just, there's prep work that goes in. And, two, it's, especially if you're a fan of the team you're doing, I've heard a lot of broadcasts where people get on there and start bashing kids and start bashing referees.
And other teams.
And so you got to have a hint of professionalism. You can still have fun.
Yep.
We have fun up here, but, you got to have a hint of professionalism when you're doing it. And all those things combined can sometimes be tough for people.
I mean, you're like a referee. You're calling balls and strikes. Yeah, you're this is a home broadcast. We're not doing a nationally televised game, so we're not right down the middle. Nobody expects that. You have to do that when you're on CBS and Fox, but you don't do that when you're the home broadcast. Yeah, try to tell Lynn Burkhead. You got to be even Steven with the Denison Yellow Jackets. Here's Harris deep down the field. A great play by that was Cross who broke it up. Incomplete pass now is 4th down for Blue Ridge.
But when we see a good player or a good team, we recognize that,
Yeah, just like Gaddis, making that amazing catch right over his head. But obviously we're fans too. We want the Bulldogs to win. We want them to do well. And we certainly point that out when they do well. But we will tell you when they shoot themselves in the foot. Not that we want to.
And unfortunately, they've done that a lot this season.
And talking about prep work, it takes a lot of prep work. Here's the punt by Blue Ridge. It's a high, wobbly one. It's going to bounce, not an attempt to make a catch. It'll start rolling backwards until Purser is able to stop it at about the 47-yard line, where Howe will take over on their next possession. 7:21 on the clock. I used to have this rule that you prepare 4 hours for every hour that you're going to be on the air. And if you're on the air for 3 hours, you're talking about a 12-hour prep week. And I do watch a lot of film. Luckily, I'm
I have one gift, if any, and that's being able to recall jersey numbers. Been able to do that my whole life. I can almost tell you every Texas Ranger that's ever played by his jersey. You give me a number, I can tell you, who that player was, and it's just.
Can you do the opposite? If you say the player, can you know their number?
Yes.
Juan Gonzalez, go.
19.
Oh, man.
Pistol formation, handoff to Alcorn, right side, and he'll get about 3 or 4 yards right at midfield.
Pete Incavilla.
29. And he started out his rookie year, he was number 5.
Oh, okay.
And then he switched. It's like Bobby Witt. He went from 48 his rookie year to 36 for the rest of his career. I don't know why. It's a lot of useless knowledge. It's like, Malin has that same thing, but he actually puts it to good use. He memorized the whole globe when he was 10 years old. Hey, Malin, what's south of Morocco?
Well, there's 2.
Well, rattle them off.
You can go to the Western Sahara, which isn't a UN recognized nation, or you could go to Mauritania, which is the Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
So let me tell you this story about Malin. He's Meet the Teacher night, first night on the middle school campus, 5th grade. And night before his first day at school. And he goes into his whatever history class he's going to have. Snap back to Bender, handoff Alcorn, 2 or 3 yards. There's maybe a scramble for the football.
I think there's a fumble. That'll be Alcorn's second fumble tonight.
I believe Howe was able to recover. Nope. Well, nope. Blue Ridge has the ball. And they'll have it at their own 49. So Malin goes into his history class and he starts looking at the maps on the wall. And he just starts on a dead sprint to Superintendent Kevin Wilson, who was standing at the entrance. And I'm like, oh gosh, I just start following him. And he goes up to Kevin Wilson and he says, excuse me, sir, your maps are out of date. You do not have South Sudan on there. And Kevin Wilson looked at him like, what?
South who?
1st and 10 left to right for Blue Ridge. Harris will hand off to Santiano, and that's good for about 3 yards into Howe territory at the 48-yard line. 6:11 left to go in the season of 2025.
Yeah, all those for both of y'all. I guess that's good knowledge to recall for tests. When you're studying for exams. And things.
Well, at least he used it for, practical practice purposes. Mine's a bunch of wasted knowledge. I mean, maybe that's why I couldn't do algebra very well. All that wasted knowledge up there.
It's filled with Rangers numbers.
Rangers numbers, yeah. Hand off Santiano. And there's no reason I should know that in 1993, Rafael Palmeiro hit 295 with 37 homers and 105 RBIs. Why do I know that?
That's kind of how I am with random NFL stats from like the 2010s. Just having random knowledge for pretty much no reason.
Yeah, I guess,
I'm also bad at math, so.
Steve Buechele.
22.
Wow.
When he came back to the Rangers, he was 24.
Wow. And the thing is, you don't even have to think about it. You're like, go home. Like Rain Man here. Rain Man with the Rangers.
3rd down and 9. Santiano, no hair. Hand off Santiano, and 3 or 4 yards on 3rd down and 9 is not going to do it. And we'll see if they punt or they continue to try to run this clock. 4:42 in rolling. Blue Ridge up 42-6.
Bulldogs graduate a lot of seniors tonight, but you got a lot coming back next year.
Yeah,
got some key cogs coming back on this team.
But they're going to graduate maybe the heart and soul of this team, and a guy that Coach Smith will tell you that they'll look back on years from now
and say he was kind of the anchor of this whole thing that was getting started, and that's Dylan Patterson. Whistles before this one gets underway, and that's a senior that Malin said he raised when Malin was playing. Timeout on the field. We'll keep it here and continue our stories. But Dylan Patterson's going to be a big loss for this football team. Obviously, Knox Bounds will too. Eli Stoner, Will Ingram, the Mad Honduran. You know, you're going to lose Torres. One of the Torreses. Hang on. Aiden Torres, the center. Yeah.
Garrett Rogers.
Rogers was a big heart and soul of this team as well. Very unfortunate to have the injury he did 2 weeks ago.
And Rogers, you know, you got him defensively, you lose him. He was a decent running back, and then he was a good punter.
Yeah.
You know, so he helped in all three phases of the game.
Jason Garrett.
Big fourth down here.
We've seen bigger this year. regular fourth down.
Big fourth down here.
Yeah, we're going to miss. Here's a low snap. Digging it out is the punter Rice, and it's a long punt. It got away from Riken Cross, and it might be recovered by Blue Ridge at the Howe 19-yard line. And I think that's what happened. And it wasn't Riken Cross.
Stoner.
I think it was Eli Stoner. So Blue Ridge will have it at the 19.
And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think Stoner's caught a lot of punts.
There's a holding call against Howe, which will be declined. Yeah, we haven't seen Stoner back there in punt formation or punt return formation.
So he's just not used to fielding punts because he just couldn't field that cleanly, catch it cleanly.
And he's another senior that you're going to have to replace. 4 interceptions now. He had one tonight. Hadn't had one since week 2 against Bonham, but he had 3 within the first 2 weeks. Of course, he had some injuries he was dealing with throughout the season. Harris in the gun, snaps. Santiano with the carry and 2 or 3 yards as we wind this 2025 season down. Under 4 minutes at 3:48. But when you broadcast, you really like those tight games. Those are the fun ones. And we unfortunately, and the playoff games are just the absolute best. But we haven't had.
We've had one.
We've had one in a long time. We've had our fair amount of close games. Harris is going to keep it himself around the right edge. The freshman quarterback is going to be drugged down after 2 yards. We've had some good games. We've had some heartbreakers. The Bonham game at Bonham in 2019 was probably the biggest heartbreak.
I believe that was 2020 because that was my first year.
It was 2020.
Yeah,
I think it was
a kick, right?
Yes,
it was onside.
It was the Reinhardt kick, and the onside kick that went off of Braden Wise, and they ended up a couple of plays later hitting a field goal at the buzzer to win the game, and that would have snapped a 10-game losing streak, which the 22 never would have happened.
Yeah.
Had they been able to recover that onside kick. Hand off to Harris. No, Harris handed off to a different running back than Santiago. I think that was Cooper Dyer, possibly. No. Someone we don't have on the roster. So a 2:03 and the clock runs and we're at a 2-minute warning. During the 2-minute warning, we have a tribute to Jake as he is going to go away from us. And he'll be the play-by-play voice of the Pottsboro Cardinals. Listen to this.
And a new member of the crew, an intern for us, freshman Jake Roberts.
So, Jake, we interviewed him about 3 years ago when he was in 6th grade. We brought him on during the half.
Jake, what have you seen so far in this football game?
Well, the Bulldogs here have really shown up tonight after last week, where I was only there for the half, but I saw nothing offensively.
Justin White is a little bit ill. Jake Roberts will bring you in here like Chris Collinsworth. You'll just kind of pop into the screen, if you will.
I'm sure they're excited to come in here 1-1 after a great win last week. And it's going to be a great game. I'm excited for some football.
And with that, Jake Roberts. It is football time in Texas.
Get him the football. Every time he touches the football, good things happen for Howe. And almost untouched, but even when he is touched, he just powers through. Big 4th down here, Monty.
He always he's always wanted to be a sports broadcaster, so he's up here with us from learning the ropes.
Well, Blue Ridge has scored again. And this is Gaddis on the reception of the touchdown, but it's freshman Andrew Gaddis.
I'm assuming probably younger brother, cousin, or somebody related to Gaddis, the elder.
Let me check that. I believe that was the call, was it not? I don't see any points on the board.
Oh, there's a penalty.
But it counts, so.
So it is a touchdown.
Okay.
And so we have another Gaddis to look forward to. Hopefully they're 3A Division I.
I'll be dealing with them.
Yeah. Jake May over there in Pottsboro may be dealing with them.
Andrew Gaddis. So I think we've called 3 different Gaddis brother touchdowns over the years now. And that's Gaddis. And they're all really good. Cheatham for the PAT makes it 49-6. With about 56 left to go in the 2025 season. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Welcome back. 156 remaining in the 2025 season. And Howe trails Blue Ridge 49-6. And Howe, after some penalties, or Blue Ridge after some penalties rather, are going to have to kick it away from their own 25-yard line. They're going to have to clean that up a little bit before they head into the playoffs. You can't be kicking from your own 25-yard line in a playoff game. Gaddis to boot the Tech Wave kickoff. It's a high kick. Fair catch called for by the Mad Honduran, Alex Mejia, but he fumbled the football. It hit the turf, but he might have been able to get back on it. And they are going to signal that Howe has the football at the Blue Ridge 43-yard line. So one last hurrah for the Howe offense coming up.
All right, so I got a personal announcement to make.
Uh-oh. You're not leaving,
No,
dude.
I'm not leaving. Yeah, so all right, so if you remember back last year, September 27th, we were at S&S and pulled back the curtain. I was texting you guys that, hey, I got something going on at home. I'm running just a little bit late. I'll be there. I ended up making it about pregame, right after pregame started. So go through the first half. We go to halftime. You and I are talking, and you asked me, kind of put me on the spot. You're like, well, hey, why were you late today? And so I wasn't expecting it, so I was like, well, I guess I'll go ahead and say, I was like, me and my wife are foster parents, and we had gotten a baby girl that morning. I'll let you do this.
1st and 10 for Howe. Bender looking for somewhere to go. Finds Cross coming over on the reverse, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 10 coming up.
So we had gotten a call that evening, actually not that morning, that evening right before I was leaving for the game, that, hey, we have a baby that's available for placement, and if you guys want her, you can foster her. And so we had to sit and talk about it, and so we said, yes, we want to. So that was kind of why I was late. I was like, hey, I'm going to be late. We got to get our house ready. And then, of course, I'd tell my wife, said, hey, I got to go to a game. So take on this baby. So anyways, fast forward a year later, as of next Friday, if all goes well, I'll let you call this play.
Handoff, Alcorn. Good for about 5 yards to the 37-yard line. Go ahead.
So as of next Friday, if all goes well, which I don't see why I wouldn't, we will be adopting that little girl.
That's awesome.
So
congratulations.
Yes.
Pretty awesome.
That's great.
Yeah, that's very awesome of you.
But I remember it. The reason I say you had to do football, because I remember we got her the night playing S&S.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
That is too cool.
But I always remember the day we play S&S, and I remember the day we got her. So.
Final play of the season, perhaps, as Bender's going to keep it himself, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage. They might be able to pull off another one, but I don't think there's any need to. 20 seconds on the clock. Howe appears like they're just going to take this one and send 20-25 in the books, but they're going to come out for one more play.
They do one more here.
Bender is going to hand off to Alcorn. Up the middle, breaks out through the middle for a minute and gets down to the 25-yard line, picks up a first down. But that is the end of the 2025 season. Howe finishes 2-8 on the season. 1-5 in district play. They'll lick their wounds and come back in 2026. They'll have head coach Jake Smith with a full year of offseason to work with those players.
He's got a plan for the offseason.
He does a big plan for the offseason. Things are going to be changing around here for a lot of student athletes. And I got a chance to look at the weight room and how that's been renovated with all the racks in the middle of the room now. And he's got big plans. And I'm excited because I know next year that class that we've been waiting for, who are juniors now, it'll be their senior year. And there's a lot of talent there. There's a lot of speed there. And I think now that we know or feel very confident that Howe will remain in 3A Division II, next year could be very special. And we could be going on past week 10. There's a good chance of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of weapons still on this team left over that are, as you said, juniors. And you got to think about maybe a little bit past next year as Howe starts to grow, as all the growth starts to come up this direction, up north. It's hit Melissa, Anna, Van Alstyne. Howe's coming. It's coming.
It's coming fast.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
You would know better than anybody.
It's coming fast.
And so at some point, kids are going to be coming to school here, and there's going to be more talent to pick from.
And generally, when you do grow like that with subdivisions and all of that, generally those are middle school kids or really elementary school kids. Those are new families that are moving to your town with young children. And so your elementary blows up, and your middle school ends up blowing up, and then eventually your high school ends up to be a 4A, all of that. And that's kind of the trajectory of where Howe is in the next couple of years. It'll take a while maybe for Howe to get to 4A, but they could get to Division I, 3A pretty quickly after this next cycle and not stay in 3A Division I very long. Really? They could be in 4A Division II in a couple of cycles, depending on whether all of those development, the economy and all of that, all of those factors. But
Howe definitely is facing a lot of growth, a lot of development agreements in place. The city of Howe is projecting a population of around 18,000 in 7 to 10 years. So things are happening, and the school will adapt to those changes. $33 million bond passed this year. That's not going to stop. The high school bond will be paid off in 2029. That moves a lot of leverage there to add more bond money. And, I think Van Alstyne just disapproved their bond of, $500 million or something like that. But, incrementally, it's going to grow a lot. It's going to grow a lot. And I think Howe's going to have a new superintendent, as Kevin Wilson obviously announced his retirement recently. I believe the new superintendent will be announced fairly quickly, and there's changes are coming, but I think some continuity may be coming as well. So I'm excited for the future of Howe ISD. I'm excited for the future of Howe. And Coach Jake Smith is walking over there, and Malin's going to try to meet him because our mic wasn't able to go overall on the far sideline, so Malin's going to pick him up over there, and his mic is hot whenever he's ready. Whenever he's ready, he'll just pop on. As I'm excited about Coach Jake Smith being here.
Yeah, as you talk about all this growth coming, you got the right man in charge.
Malin, we're ready whenever you are. Just have him talk about the 2025 season overall and what's the off season look like.
Hey, I'm here with Coach Smith. Coach, just talk about what's next and what does the off season have to entail.
Well, this is first time really me doing this. So when we get back home here in about an hour, we're all cleaning out our lockers. We're turning our equipment in. We're going to go dunk the helmets and the shoulder pads and the sanitizer, put them in the shower. We're going to get ready for off season. We're handing out new clips, moving everybody out of the locker room and putting them in the JV locker room. And we're starting Monday morning at 6:15 a.m. The 2026 football season starts on Monday morning. That's the only way I know how to do things, and that's how we're going to do. We're going to get better. We don't have any choice. I know that we're going to stay Division II, and we're going to do everything we can to get after our new district.
Coach, these were the seniors' last game, but they're not gone. They still have influence within this high school before they graduate. How do you plan on utilizing them before they graduate?
Yeah, I'm going to keep everyone that's in the second sport. They're going to stay in off season. Traditionally what they've always done is, they've removed those seniors either after the 9 weeks or after the semester. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep those guys around and make sure that they're ready for their second sport. But also one unique thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to bus all those 8th graders on Monday morning. Our 8th graders are now going to become freshmen, and they're going to work out with all the high school kids. So when I took this job, I said we're going to be different. I'm going to think outside the box, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to bring those 8th graders up, and we're going to start incorporating them into our culture. And I think that 8th grade group that went 6-2, they've got a really bright future ahead of them. But we're going to make sure that they get incorporated with those old heads real quick.
How do you take what you learned from this game and put it into next season where you have time to develop these kids?
We got to eliminate the mistakes in off season. We got to be, we got to be more disciplined. I don't know why we break it out on DAT if we're not very disciplined. I know we're a very tough football team, but if we can't pick up paper towels off the floor, if we can't flush the urinals before we go to practice, then I know we're not very disciplined. So that's probably why we jump off sides 4 or 5 times, and we have some of these mental errors that we have. But at the end of the day, that's the truth. If I can't get you to pick up a towel, put it in a laundry bin, or pick up a paper towel after you dry your hands off, and you can't flush the urinal after you went number 1, then I can't really rely on you in the 4th quarter. And ultimately, that's got to change on Monday morning, and that's on me. That's on me.
All right. Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate you.
It's the little things.
Goodness, I mean, it's so impressive.
Monday morning, he is ready to get to work.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, he's ready to get to work here in about an hour.
No slight to the coaches we've had before at all. I liked every one of them. But I would give my eye teeth for my kid to be able to play for that guy. I mean, that's so impressive. Little things. And what coach talks about on air
if you can't pick up your towel and put it in a basket, if you can't flush the urinal after going number one, I mean, great questions, by the way, Malin.
Yeah, those are good.
Every time I listen to him in a post-game interview, it just seems to get more impressive every time.
And you could almost like just from here, just sense the edge. Like he's like, you know, he's not happy with how tonight went, how the season went. You know, he's you know, nice enough to do an interview with Malin, but you can tell he's not satisfied with the way things ended.
And he came all the way across the field because our mic behind the scenes here, our sideline mic was not able to stretch all the way to the Howe side, so Malin spent most of the night on the Blue Ridge bench over on this side, and he was up here in the booth, and Coach Smith was walking all the way across the field. Malin spotted him and ran out there real quick and met him at the chain link fence off the track for that interview, and it's just so impressive. Not many coaches would do that.
To seek out the interviewer.
Yeah, because he wants to get his message across to the community that, hey, things are going to be changing around here, and I think that's important. And it's you know, look, we've had some good coaches here that were very media friendly. Justin, we talked about you being sideline guy your first year, and you had a little different situation than what Malin has.
Yes, I had maybe not so media friendly coach. You may have had some run-ins too with him. I don't know. So.
And talking about Zach Hudson, but he was very, very.
He was in his zone. I will say that
he was very much in his zone. But I tell you what, just so impressive, so impressive, and I can't wait to see what he and his coaching staff are able to do with this program over the next 12 months.
And the fact that he came over to seek the interview after a loss that was pretty lopsided. You know, a lot of coaches would just be like, I'm done with the season. I don't want to talk about it. But he wanted to talk about his plans and like you said, the message he wants to get across.
And, you know, you have to think at some point you're going to get your guy. And I think Howe's got their guy. Talking about Jake going to Pottsboro. Pottsboro was just meh until Matt Poe got there. And you know, Callisburg was just meh until Eddie Gill got there. You know, going way, way, way back, McKinney was just meh until Ron Poe got there. And you all of a sudden you get the guy. And if he stays there for a long time, you know, the Bob Browns and Dennison and guys like that, when you can get that guy and you can keep that guy for a long period of time, you can change the culture and establish something great. And Howe has needed that because Howe has never had a coach stay more than 5 years other than Norman Dickey. 5 years.
How long did he end up staying?
12 seasons. But 5 years is it, tops, other than Norman Dickey. 5 years. And you can't get continuity out of that.
Right.
And, you know, what this town and what the school district needs is someone to dig their heels in and be here for about 15 years and change the culture as long as it's the right guy. And I think they found their guy. I mean, if you're talking about making kids flush urinals and pick towels up off the ground as the little things, that I think you're heading in the right direction.
And think about when you found Coach Smith. You kind of found him in July.
It was,
you know, after some things went down here, and so you're kind of, I don't want to say looking for bottom of the barrel guys because he's not one, but I mean, there's a lot of the coaching spots were filled.
A huge blessing for the Howe ISD. And, you know, a lot of that's big credit to you know, the high school principal who used to coach with him. And it's just good fortune. Good, you know, sometimes fortune smiles. And I think fortune has smiled on the Howe Bulldogs with the hiring of Jake Smith 100%. We're going to take a quick time out. We're in the Texas Land at Home Team postgame show. We're going to wrap up 2025 here fairly quickly and say our goodbyes to Jake Roberts, who's headed off to be a Pottsboro Cardinal, and to Stephen Braswell, who's headed off to be a Philadelphia Eagle. No, I think okay, never mind. He's headed off to retirement. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Welcome back. We are in the Texas Land and Home Team post-game show. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Malin Walker, and Stephen Braswell for the final time of 2025 and the final time as this broadcast unit. Let's go over the highlights for you. We'll recap the game. Jake, have you got that ready to go? So Blue Ridge didn't take very long to get on the scoreboard here. It took them 34 seconds, as a matter of fact, to score in tonight's contest. They started with a football at their own 48-yard line, and it took them 2 plays and 52 yards to score, and it was a 44-yard touchdown from quarterback Finnan to Lindbergh.
Finnan, the quarterback, actually Walker, another direct snap. Some trickery here. Finnan lined up in the slot. He's going to throw it deep down the field. Wide open and all alone. In for the score
was the freshman Lindbergh. It was 2 plays, 52 yards, 7-0. Blue Ridge led, 11:26 on the clock. Howe turned it over on downs, their first possession. Blue Ridge then went 6 plays, 40 yards, and it was another Finnan to Lindbergh connection.
Snap back. Finnan wants to throw. Right side, deep in the end zone for Lindbergh. It's caught about 8 yards deep. That's another touchdown for Blue Ridge, and they flash their light show with their impressive.
6 plays, 40 yards on the drive. 14-0. Blue Ridge led at the 7:38 mark in the first. Howe turned it over on downs, and Blue Ridge punted. Howe punted. Blue Ridge took it at their own 40. They fumbled. It was the running back, Tice Lennon, who laid it on the ground, and Howe recovered. And then Howe took it at their own 41-yard line, but Alcorn in for the injured Knox Bounds, who never returned after the first quarter. He fumbled. And then Blue Ridge took it at their own 27. They drove 9 plays, 73 yards, and scored on a Finnan to Contreras touchdown.
And wants to throw, flushed out of the pocket, throws it right side in the end zone, and it's going to be caught for a touchdown.
21-0 our score at that point with 7:44 on the clock in quarter number 2. Howe's next possession ended in a punt, and then Blue Ridge threw an interception to Riken Cross.
Snap back to Finnan. Wants to throw over the middle. Intercepted at the 2-yard line. Riken Cross coming near side. Can this go 98? He's at the 20. He's at the 30. He's at the 40. 50. 40. Look out. Riken Cross to the 25. Has to stop at the 18-yard line and is slung down at the 16.
However, Howe did take the football but turned it over on downs there. Blue Ridge took it at their own 33, and it took them 1 play to score.
Ball at the 33. Finnan wants to throw. Deep ball, middle of the field, caught by Gaddis. There you go. Off to the races, down at the 20. 10, 5. Touchdown, Blue Ridge.
1 play, 67 yards, made it 28-0 with 1:19 on the clock in the second quarter. Howe got it back, turned it over on downs. Blue Ridge, they had a chance to run out the clock. Didn't do it, chose to give it back to Blue Ridge. Probably the Probably a bad mistake, as it only needed one play to score. He does. He's going to keep it up the middle. He's got a wide open lane. He could be gone. To the 30, to the 20. Walker is going to take it to the house. 60 yards. Jacob Walker, one play, 60 yards on the drive, made it 35-0. And then later on in the second half, a 42-yard touchdown from Finnan to Gaddis. It was an over-the-shoulder, over-the-head catch, a beautiful catch. Made it 42-0. And then Ryken Cross had a 70-yard reception from Deacon Bender to get Howe on the board and made it 42-6. And that was our – we had one more touchdown at the end. It was Gaddis, the youngest Gaddis. There's always a new Gaddis popping up in Blue Ridge. And Andrew Gaddis, the freshman, caught his first touchdown against Howe. And 49-6 was our final tonight in Blue Ridge. If we're ready for stats with Braz, whenever you're ready, just pop on in and we'll run through these and then we'll say our goodbyes.
Okay. Just give me 1 second here.
All right.
Okay, team-wise for Howe. Ended up passing between Bender and, I got to say, the one strong pass. They went 14 for 25 for 148 yards passing. Rushing-wise, 44 rushes for 101 yards, which when we, at halftime, we only had 5 yards. So they did get a few yards in
it was the Alcorn show.
Alcorn show, exactly. Had a total of 249 yards, offensive yards. Team-wise for Blue Ridge, they went 12 for 24 passing for 248, 28 rushes for 177 yards, and they ended up 425 yards total.
That's about their average.
Yep. They had 337 in the first half and 88 in the second half. So, individual-wise, for the Bulldogs, we're looking at rushing-wise, Alcorn, 32 rushes for 110 yards.
Holy cow.
That kid had to be a little tired by the end of the day.
My goodness.
32 rushes.
Those are Anthony Hawthorne type of numbers.
Yep. Unfortunately, he did have 2 fumbles on the night, too. Bounds, once again, he had his 4 for 12. Ryken Cross had 1 for 1, and Bender had 7 rushes for minus 22 yards, and some of those are some sacks. Receiving wise, we had Ryken Cross 9 for 112 with the 1 touchdown. Ryland Strong 4 for 42, and Garibay, sorry. That was 1 reception for minus 6 yards. And so, you know, I can't remember right now, but Cross with 112 yards.
70 of it came on one.
On one play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So with 112 yards, he had a good year receiving.
He did. Yeah.
That would have put him somewhere around a little over 200 yards receiving for the year.
And I've got it unofficially. Knox Bounds ends the season with 937 yards.
Yeah, that's pretty sad that he had that injury and went out, because it would have been pretty nice to have a 1,000-yard season.
Yeah. You don't get those a whole lot.
No, you don't.
Yep. So I guess we can do final thoughts. Who wants to start? Jake?
Yeah, I can start. I think that we talked a lot about Coach Smith, but I do think Howe is going to turn it around. I think that, I know they went 2-8 this year, and technically they went 3-7 last year, but this year it felt a whole lot different than last year in a way of just seeing improvement week to week. And I think that going forward, Howe's going to get better every single year. And that's just something you can look forward to as a Howe fan
They're going to have clean urinals.
Well, that's for sure.
And locker rooms.
Yeah, well, that's probably the first thing. But going from there, it's just the little things are what's so important, and a coach like that is going to fix all of them. And I know I won't be here next year, but I will be excited for y'all and just for the program in general, because I mean I've been a part of this for a while. So,
Justin?
Continuity. You talked about continuity. I think that's what the Bulldogs need, and I think with Coach Smith, you got the right guy. Obviously, we talked about that, but also because he brings the pedigree, he brings the skins on the wall. He's been around championship-type programs. So, it's one thing if you just got, someone coming in who's, not been successful at other places, and comes in and tries to change the culture. This guy comes in, is trying to change the culture, trying to do the little things, and you just kind of hope he stays around and sees it through. You got some guys coming up that are going to be back next year. You got the talent. And he has a plan, too, and he's kind of showed everybody. And so they lose 49-6. It wasn't a great way to end the season, but I just feel like they are trending up. I think that they've got a plan in place, and you just, you got to see it through and get through these bumps. But I think there's something good on the other side.
Malin Walker, your final thought for 2025.
Yeah, before I begin, I just want to talk about Coach Smith. That's kind of special, having a coach that will go up to the interviewer after the game. That's not some behavior you typically expect, and to have that, because that speaks about his belief. He believes in what he's going to say. He believes in what he's doing, and he's going to take action. And in this case, taking action is hunting me down. But in the locker room, it's going to be taking accountability for those young men and turning them into men and turning them into good ball players. This isn't what you wanted to see as the final game, unfortunately. But as Justin said, there is a trend upwards, and you gotta look at that and appreciate that for what it is. What did the Bulldogs kind of fail on? They just needed to focus. You jumped off sides 2 times in 4th down critical situations. You couldn't really connect in the end zone because you set yourself behind the sticks almost every drive. So just tune that up, do the little things. Flush the toilet. But yeah, that's really what it's about.
Malin, you had two head coaches. Is Jake Smith any different than the 2 coaches you had?
I would definitely say so, just in terms of personality. That's for sure. But I think you can even see that he just takes so much accountability for the ending result on the field. Some coaches, I don't want to name names or implicate anybody, but they would kind of dog on the players. But Coach Smith has been like, yeah, we need to fix an issue as a team. And that's something really important as a culture, as a program, and I'm very happy to see that.
Stephen Braswell, your final thought before you head off to Eagle Land? Hang on. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's don't even get that started. I think with Coach Smith, Howe's got themselves a winner. I mean, we've all seen that, all saying that, but he's got the eagerness. I mean, he's talking to Malin a few minutes ago. He's already ready to get started for next year, and I really love the fact that he wants his athletes to participate in all sports.
Yeah.
Don't just focus on this sport. Focus on all of them, because in the end it makes them a better athlete all the way around.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's pretty much it.
But one thing I want to add is it's almost like he's trying to snap everybody out of it and say, hey, y'all have had losing seasons. I'm not used to losing, and I don't want to do this. So it's almost like, I don't say everybody's satisfied, but I think we've gotten used to it.
Complacent.
And he's it's like we're zombies. He's like trying to snap. Hey, I'm not used to this. Slap us in the face. All right, we're going to start getting after it here tonight. Okay, and we're not doing this. Especially the way. Remember how on the field, the parents don't come around. He sends everybody to the locker room. Even after losses or wins. It's just a different attitude.
And I think it's going to be different because he's going to have a whole year now instead of 6 months.
True.
To take care
not
of
even
that. I mean, he was hired July the 7th, and
in 5 months.
He had a month, and he was playing a football game with kids he'd never met before.
In reality, look, my math is pretty bad, but it's really around 4 months, about 4.5 months.
Yeah, it's amazing,
since he's even been on board.
But when you've seen these transformations at the college ranks and the NFL ranks, I mean, you can point back to when they hired Bill Parcells to come in at the Dallas Cowboys. It was a complete transformation of the entire situation. And you knew who was in charge, and you knew that everything was changing. The culture changed everything. The mentality, any complacency, anybody who was used to doing anything one way, you can throw that out the window because you're going behind this guy right here. And that's kind of the sense I get with Jake Smith here. Very similar to Jimmy Johnson taking over for Tom Landry. You just know when you got one of those guys, and I feel very, very confident that Howe's got one of those guys.
Yeah, hey, I want to say one more thing. I really appreciate you giving me another shot on the team for the last 3 years. You're a great group of guys to work with. I really appreciate it.
We're going to miss you, Braz.
Yeah, we are.
I mean, if you want to come back anytime, please come back.
I think this time is probably it.
Well, I tell you what, it's been a pleasure. And Jake Roberts, I raised that kid, as Malin would say.
Malin quote.
But hey, I wish you the best of luck. I know you're going to do great things. And 30 years from now, you're going to be telling stories in some 49-6 game about how you got started with some old guy, not wise guy.
Another Malin quote.
But old guy. And you're going to have a great career doing this, and wish you all the best.
Well, I really appreciate the past 6 years and just being able to get a start in this. And
Well,
that was not 6 years ago, thankfully. That was 8 or 9 years ago, thankfully.
Your voice did change over the years.
A little bit.
Hey, but for everyone who's been a part of this one, we're going to leave you with Leon Thornhill tonight to end this season. We've got I was thinking back this week about Leon, and we're going to leave you with that as we sign off. So for everyone who's been a part of this one, including Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, Justin White, Malin Walker, I'm Monty Walker. So long, everybody.
Congratulations to the young men of Howe. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. We're proud of you. We're looking forward to you underclassmen coming back next year and giving us an equally good football season, good football program, and one that we can all be proud of.
You've been listening to the Texas Land and Home Realty Team post-game show. Howe Bulldogs football is a product of Studio 42. The full replay of the game will be available within minutes on the same link on YouTube. Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, South State Bank, GCEC, Sonic of Howe. Also brought to you by Brother Plumber, Rock Hill Investments, MTE Fence, Centurion American, Ed Meacham State Park, Rapid Electric. Also brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, TechWave, First Baptist Church of Howe, Kingdom Inflatables, Anchors Boat and RV Storage, The Love Cottage. Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, Michelle Carney Photography, Texoma Land and Home Team, The Crazy AC Guy.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all. Are they doing